There's 8 CCL contests left for the Sonoma Stompers, and they're one half game out of first place. Lots of work to do here in the back couple weeks for Sonoma in the hunt for the CCL North title. Welcome into this Saturday edition of the Sonoma Stompers pregame show. I'm Kieran Costa, joined by Roman Raffelli here in the Sonoma Index Tribune press box, set up high atop Arnold Field, getting you set for the 9th meeting between the Legends and the Stompers. And well, Roman, it's been absolute domination on Sonoma's side. 7 of the 8 times they've played so far has gone the way of the Stompers. The only win for Menlo Park was June 14th. That's almost a full month ago. But how does Sonoma stay in this game and not get complacent against what seems like a gimme opponent?
Yeah, you got to go continue to attack the ball, play well in all 3 phases. Last night, we saw good pitching. The offense wasn't quite there, and the defense had cleaned it up just 1 error, and it was on a pick move from the pitcher. Stompers got to continue to play hot, play as one cohesive unit, take good at-bats, find the quality at-bats, and be consistent on the board throughout the entire ball game.
Yeah, a couple big spots in this lineup, I think, is the 1 spot and the 3 spot. Those are the guys sandwiching Max Handren, who has a hit in 9 of his 10 games here in Sonoma, 15 for 43, 5 doubles. But all that's well and good. He can double, but he has to get driven in from there. And today bats McCann Libby in the 3 spot and Matthias Haas in the 4 spot. They'll have that task. What do you need to see out of those 2? Yeah,
they need to find quality at bats, put the ball in play early in counts. We saw yesterday when the Stompers were able to score in the 3rd inning. They were swinging first pitch, attacking ahead, and being early. Need to continue that today. Put the ball in play, find the gaps, and just play good team ball through the middle of the order.
Yeah, Matthias Haas looking for just his 3rd Stomper hit in the cleanup spot. It's been a tough 2 for 18 to start his Stomper year. He needs to start swinging if the Stompers want to stay alive here in the CCL North standings. Let's take a look. Walnut Creek is 16-10. They have a half-game lead over the Merchants at 14-9 and a half-game lead over these Stompers at 18-13. The Crawdads winning on the out-of-town scoreboard. The Slow Blues, who are 1.5 game behind the Stompers, also winning on the out-of-town scoreboard. Every game really means so much more down the stretch for the Stomps.
Yeah, it's coming down to the heat of it. You've got the All-Star break next week. A chance for everyone to get healthy, get right, and really make a hard push to the end. Competitive baseball, you got to really start winning a lot of games down the stretch here. The Stompers have a favorable end of the season schedule with a couple games against the Seagulls, a couple against the Philippines, both teams lower in the standings than they'd probably like. So you got to go win games now, knowing that you can take advantage of those 4 or 5 games at the end. But a big one here tonight between these 2.
It's also going to be a big one tomorrow in Alameda. This is a big weekend for the Stompers. Menlo Park at home, Alameda on the road, going into that 4-day All-Star break. We'll have All-Star updates coming on our social medias later tonight and into tomorrow. But let's talk about the arms of these 2 games. A couple Cal State Fullerton Titans who have to head to the pitching program for CSUF coming up at the end of this weekend. We'll start with today. Nick Santavanias has faced the Legends twice. He's given up just 1 earned run over 10 innings pitched, but a 3rd look at that high 80s to low 90s fastball. Menlo Park bound to make an adjustment at some point.
Yeah, and you'd think the adjustment's there, but with Santavanias, there's not a huge adjustment to be made. The dude just battles. He goes in and throws strikes, trusts his stuff. Ultimately, a really great arm, and one that the Stompers are going to miss after this start and down the stretch, but needs to go out there with his best stuff, pitch confidently, pitch in the zone, and get his team a good start immediately.
Another one's going to be the bullpen today. Both Seos available out of the pen, and also the 2 guys that Zach really likes at the back end of things. That's Luke Duncan and his 96-mile-per-hour fastball. It's also Braden Gentz. He's still yet to allow an earned run coming out of the bullpen. We saw a shorter leash on just about everybody yesterday. I know it's Nick Santavanias' his last go, but Zach Pace has one thing in mind, and that's winning today.
Yeah, and it's tough for the Legends here. You know how you have a guy, Santavanias, who's dominated you all season long in both of his starts, and now you have to go ideally start getting runs on him early versus a bullpen that's been so good. The Seo brothers have had their moments, but they've really been both solid, and then Duncan and Gentz have been nails in the back end. They need to be all huge, and for the Legends, they got to score early.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever talked about the first pitch on here. First responders, he went off the mound and poured it in there, picked up 54 miles an hour on a track, man.
Full lines.
Yeah. Fill up the zone and throw strikes. That's what Zach Peso says. I think he might have found Nick Santavanias replacement, but he has arms down the stretch. The real question for me, I know we've talked about the top of the lineup, and we talk about the top of the lineup so much. Today, the bottom of the lineup is Gideon Hahn in the 7 spot. We haven't seen that yet. And then Esteban Sepulveda and Cam Hegeman. If we just said a line here, how many hits, or I guess times on base is the way the Stompers play, how many times do you need those 3 on base to set up the top?
I mean, we saw last night when the bottom set the top, it ended well. That was the 3rd inning. I think to be successful here, the Stompers need 4 or 5 from those 3 guys. If they can each find a way to get on once or twice, the Stompers are in a really good spot. Be an interesting stat dive to see, when the bottom of the order is on 3, 4, 5 times, how many of those times is the team able to score them?
Stompers have been so good at cutting down runners on the base path. They have the most caught stealings, the best caught stealing percentage. Esteban Sepulveda behind the plate today is 2nd in all of the CCL in runners thrown out with 7. The only man in front of him, Connor Pulaski, with 8, but they're going against a team that likes to run. Quincy Villa, the leadoff hitter for Menlo Park, 29 steals. That's top of the CCL. Also, Charlie Degler right behind him. He has 10 swipes himself. Sonoma either needs to not let those guys on base, or I'd love to see a first pitch out if we see Villa at first.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive. You've got Esteban behind the plate, and Santanz is a great pitcher, knows how to locate a pitch out and a quick delivery too. He can be very snappy with the slide step. It'll be interesting, a really fun battle to watch there between Villa, Degler, and Sepulveda and the Stomper pitching staff. One to watch for sure, because if Villa and Degler are able to get out and get running, they're really tough to stop, and it sparks the Legends lineup up and down.
Yeah, well, hey, Trey's moved over to the Stompers lineup, which means we move our pregame show to its final segment, and Roman's radar. Let's start with the Hone Stompers looking to snap a little 2L there in the street column.
I'm going to take McCann Libby, his last game at Arnold Field for the summer. Why not go out with a bang, a 220 average, 24 hits, 15 RBI. He's been great for the Stompers all season long, hitting behind Max Hendry, and that's a tall task, but he steps up today and has a big one.
Yeah, McCann Libby, that's my guy circled too. Or my Stomp Watch players, whoever's hitting behind Max Hendry and the rest of the way. Now let's take a look at the Menlo Park side and a look behind enemy lines. A couple new names in this lineup. Cal Zamitis, Mitchell Birdsall, we've only seen those guys once. Who are you looking at in Nick Sanziri's squad today?
It's going to be Austin Rabago, sneaky in the 5-hole, 17 hits, 16 RBI, a 298 average, down in an RBI favorable spot. If Villa and Degler can get on, that sets it for Birdsall and Anderson, and then Rabago go in there in an extended cleanup spot and do some damage.
Yeah, and so that will wrap up today's edition of the Sonoma Stompers pregame show, as we're just about set for first pitch here on First Responders Night at Arnold Field. The Stompers look to improve on an 18-13 record and take an unprecedented 8 out of 9 games in the 2025 season series against the Menlo Park Legends. We'll have the call for you when we return on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. For one final time here in 2025, the Menlo Park Legends and the Sonoma Stompers square off. And for one final time, Nick Santanz takes the mound for the Stompers. The 6'3", 195-pound righty out of Orange, California, had his name in the transfer portal to start the summer, has made his way to Cal State Fullerton. And he sits second in the CCL in strikeouts with 29. The leader has 31, so Nick Santanz' third strikeout today. Knock on wood that happens. He will end his summer as the CCL strikeout leader. A little something for Nick to take into his season with the Titans. 5 starts, a 4-0 record. He's pitching to a 1.71 ERA in 21 innings. 29 Ks to 10 walks. We talked about it in the open. He's faced Menlo Park twice. 1 earned runs and 15 strikeouts over 10 innings. And this is the lineup he'll go up against as announced by manager Nick Sanzieri. The left fielder Quincy Villa leads off, followed by the center fielder Charlie Degler and the first baseman Mitchell Birdsall. The DH, Will Anderson, last time we saw him, it was on the mound, giving up a home run to Nick Sebastiani. This time he's in the home run spot in the lineup. The DH hits fourth. The shortstop, Austin Rabago, hits after that, and the third baseman, Cal Zamaitis, in the sixth spot. The right fielder, Cole Curtis from Maloney College, hits seventh. The catcher, Ryan Cartwright, 8, and Deuce Filter hits in the 9 position. The Legends 12-16 on the season. They sit in the 5th position in the CCL North, 5 games behind the first place Crawdads. Sonoma and Alameda a half game back of first, and Slow 2 games out. Quincy Villa digs in with a handshake to home plate umpire John Pierce and catcher Esteban Sepulveda. He climbs into the batter's box from the right side. Nick Santanz, wearing the Stomper home white jersey, stares in to get the sign. Santanz is ready, Villa is ready, and away we go on a sunshiny Saturday in Sonoma. First pitch at 6:12. It's 78 degrees. First pitch was a called strike by the home plate umpire tonight. That's John Pierce. He's helped by Eric Gurney down the first baseline and Dean Poteet down the third baseline. And Quincy Villa hits it foul down the right field line, and the count's no balls and 2 strikes. Villa has 22 hits this season. Just 2 of them have gone for doubles, but he doesn't need extra base hits when he steals a base every single time he gets aboard. 29 stolen bases on 22 hits. That's an impressive number.
I mean, you walk the guy, it's basically a double.
Yeah, just about. 1-2 pitch from Santanz. Outside corner, called strike 3. 91 miles an hour, finds the corner. And the first strikeout of the ball game is the first batter of the ball game, 1 away.
Center fielder number 4, Charlie Degler.
The Stompers have dropped a couple of CCL ball games to the Walnut Creek Crawdads their last few times out. Relinquished a 1.5 game lead over Walnut Creek for the top spot in the north. First pitch to Degler, squares to bunt, and sort of didn't really offer at it. It was a fastball over the corner, 0-1. Degler, a logger out of Puget Sound University. He's hitting .371 this season with a .532 on base percentage. And he bounces this one to second. It's Hahn out there today who scoops it up and throws to first. And the top 2 in the order we talked about, you have to get them out or else they'll start running. It's been no problem for Nick Santanz on just 6 pitches, and that's a good time to set the rest of the defense. Well, you know the right side of the infield, it's Gideon Hahn to Matthias Haas. Colton Boardman's at shortstop and Max Handrens at third base. McCann Libby makes his first start in left field of the summer. He played left field and center field last spring for Navarro, 2 springs ago that is. And then center field's Cam Hegman, right field's Brady Shannon. Santanz delivers, and Birdsall fouls it back to the screen. Talked to Libby before the game. He said, been a while since I've dusted this one off. A pristine outfielder's glove for Libby, who's only played second base this season for Zach Pace. Second to last day before the All-Star break for Sonoma. Santanz fires in a slider, called strike, 0-2. And that means that This is the last time McCann Libby will put on the Stompers' home white uniform. They'll don the road grays tomorrow and then head down to Louisiana. Santanz touches 92, and it misses up and outside 1 and 2. Esteban Sepulveda, the battery mate for Santanz tonight. The righty, working off the first base side of the rubber, rocks into the windup and delivers. Struck him out swinging. Nick Santanz with a couple Ks in the first, draws level at the top of the CCL strikeout leaderboard. Nothing across for the Legends, with the Stompers coming up in the bottom of the first. We head to the last of the first. Nick Santanz did Nick Santanz things in the top of the inning, put down the Legends 1-2-3. And this is the offense that Zach Pace sends out there to try and get some early run support. Colton Boardman, the shortstop, leads off, followed by the third baseman Max Handren and the left fielder McCann Libby. Bumped up to the cleanup position is the first baseman Matthias Haas, then the right fielder Brady Shannon. The DH Knight's Anthony Shepler, first time we've seen him at DH in a league contest. The second baseman Gideon Hans in the 7th spot. Esteban Sepulveda, the catcher, hits 8th. And Cam Hegeman rounds out the 9 for the Stompers, going up against Paul Wheeler from Los Altos, California. UCSB last year, didn't play for the Gauchos. He's committed to USF this coming fall. 6 games, just his second start is tonight. A 6.75 ERA. 10.2 innings pitched over 6 appearances, so don't look for too much length out of Wheeler. And if you're the Stompers, you need to drive up that pitch count early. And no better man to do that than the CCL North walk leader, Colton Boardman. First pitch left on left, and Wheeler from that 3/4 delivery just fires it straight to the backstop, 1-0.
And Wheeler, a guy the Stompers have seen, and they've been successful, worked a couple walks as well as a couple hit by pitches against him. That is in favor of the Stomps, need to do it again.
The Stompers have scored 2 earned runs over 3 earned runs over 2 innings, and Colton Boardman's hit by a pitch. The 11th time Colton's been plunked. He now has sole possession of second most hit by pitches. No one's chasing down Trent Keys, and Boardman is aboard. That brings up Max Handren. Handren has an 8-game hitting streak. He's played 10 games here in Sonoma. He has a hit in 9 of them. 15 for 43. 5 doubles, a home run, and 15 RBIs. He leads the team in doubles, and he's top 3 in RBIs in half the at-bats of everybody else. Boardman not running off first. Handren hits it down the left field line, and Quincy Villa's not going to get it. It's going to roll into foul ground. Boardman's going to come towards third. The throw from Villa is cut off. Handren's hit streak reaches 9 games, and Sonoma's set up runners at the corners with nobody out. Max Handren continues to attack early, and it pays off.
That just serves a flare down the left field line. Villa looked like he lost it in the sun or something. Wasn't quite ready for that one. And Colton Boardman hustling from first to third. There was no doubt about it. As soon as he saw it down, a fun little tidbit. He was teammates with Nick Santanz at C-Sun now. Yeah. Tonight, the last time they're going to share the field together. Something a little harder for his guy on the bump.
Pitch called strike, although it's not squeezed by Ryan Cartwright. I asked Zach Pace in yesterday's postgame interview and today's pregame interview, McCann Libby really needs to produce here hitting behind Max Handren. The 0-1 pitch is up and outside. He said just hit your pitch and hammer it. Find your pitch, make sure it's in the zone, and drive it somewhere.
And that's something McCann Levy's done really well this season. The problem is he hits a hard ball most times, and it's just right at somebody. Gets really unlucky in that aspect.
1-1 coming to Libby inside, 88 miles an hour, and the count's 2-1. Boardman at third, he was hit by a pitch. Handren at first, he singled his 16th hit as a Stomper. Libby's been stuck on 15 RBI for a while. He's in the count 2-1. Paul Wheeler shakes off Ryan Cartwright twice. Now he's ready to pitch. But 2-1, way high and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. It's been just 2 RBIs for Libby since June 22nd. Although quality of contact definitely there for the righty out of Frisco, Texas. Runners at the corners, nobody out. The pitch to Libby. He takes inside ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Matthias Haas, who was bumped to the cleanup spot, this is why the cleanup man hits fourth, because the assumption is all 3 guys get on behind him, and he comes up in a spot to hit a grand slam, and that's exactly what Matthias Haas will try and do. That's after pitching coach Michalakis comes out to meet with Ryan Cartwright and Paul Wheeler, and let's set the rest of the defense. Quincy Villa has already been tested in left field. Charlie Degler's in center, and Cole Curtis is in right. It goes Zamitis, Rabago, Filter, and Birdsall. That's third to first. In the infield for Nick Sanziri's Legends, who enter with a record of 12-16.
And the
Haas for Sonoma, 2 for 18 with an RBI and a walk. Still yet to pick up that first extra base hit. Now would be a good time for that.
It's the ideal spot for it, and this has been the ideal first inning for the Stompers. You load the bases for the cleanout man. That's just how the scorecard's built, like you mentioned here, but it would be a great one for Haas. Still looking for the first extra base hit, and has put together really good at-bats for the Stompers. They just haven't quite ended the way he's wanted to. He had a couple balls the other way last night that should have been down for hits, but a couple of nifty defensive plays, and just, I mean, that's the game of baseball. The guys are out there to make the plays, and they have.
Second baseman Filter, 1 step towards the middle. The righty Haas swings first pitch and lines it foul just a little bit late on 85, but Handren and Haas, the 2 guys that have come in here ready to swing first pitch with that uber aggressive approach. The Stompers looking for a first inning crooked number. They've been on the wrong end of that the last 2 CCL contests. Wheeler pitches, Haas hits it foul off the plate, right to Dave Hoke in the third base coaching box. Nobody out there at first base right now for Sonoma. Matthias Haas now has to battle from behind in the count, 0-2, looking to give the Stompers an early advantage. Haas pops it foul again. He hangs around from 0-2. That was a changeup at 80 miles an hour that caught a lot of home plate. And Brady Shannon on deck's an interesting case for the bases loaded. He leads the team, or tied for the team lead in home runs, but the issue is he also leads the team in strikeouts. And Zach Pace has a first base coaching helmet on, and he's walking towards the plate. I think he's going to check if Matthias Haas is okay. Took a long walk after that swing, checking on his hand, and it's that bottom hand, it looks like, for Haas, right? His left hand. And Allison Slinson, the athletic trainers out there, Haas is going to take a few practice swings gingerly, and he dropped the bottom hand off on that one. That's a scary scene for Sonoma, with Haas just trying to regain the feeling maybe in that bottom hand, and he's shaking his head out in the meeting with the home plate umpire Pierce, along with Zach Pace and Allison Slinson. And I think Matthias Haas is going to have to exit this ball game. The batting glove comes off, and he's massaging that wrist, and now Zach Pace has to dip into a very depleted bench. And the last thing the Stompers can afford right now is another injury to a big bat. And Zach Pace is standing outside of his dugout right now. Who is he going to turn to? Luckily enough, both his first basemen today were slated for an off day, so both Trent Keys and Paul Lazul, lefty first baseman, are available. Now our only question is which head is going to pop out of the Stomper dugout down the right field line that houses the Stomper coaching staff, the manager, Zach Pace, the pitching coach, Mike Nunez, the hitting coach, Paul Madarena. Kenny Meimersdorf helps out with just about everything else on the staff. Casey Gilroy tasked with the bench coaching duties. And Roman, this is a real tough scene on what's been a great start to this inning.
And it's a tough spot, and it's exactly what Paul Wheeler's probably hoping for. I mean, obviously you don't want the injury, but now you get a lefty bat in there no matter what.
In an 0-2 count,
In an 0-2
Roman.
count, exactly. For Paul Wheeler, the job is really simple here. Fastball down the middle. I mean, the odds of the getting put in play pretty slim. Maybe they foul it back, and then you've got left on left. You can do whatever it is, or what we're seeing in some gamesmanship from Zach Pace trying to pull something here.
Ben Sebastiani is going to come off the bench to hit in an 0-2 count. Ben, a left fielder, second baseman. Is he going to double switch Ben Sebastiani after just one at-bat? Nobody. Maybe he goes to right field. Shannon comes to first base. Maybe he's just one at-bat in a righty-righty scenario. Ben Sebastiani hasn't swung first pitch all season long. He starts this at-bat behind 0-2 in the count. Here it is, and he takes high 1-2. Oh. Ben might have gotten a gift from John Pierce there.
They went high fastball. That's the right move from Cartwright and Wheeler, but couldn't land it.
0-2, 1-2 now on the way. Sebastiani strikes out. So Ben comes on to hit in an 0-2 count and strikes out, and now Brady Shannon in a big spot, bases loaded, nobody out, and we already have our first question for Coach. I decided to make that move.
Yeah, and that's a tough one there. It really terrible for the Stompers there. Matthias Haas, obviously you hope he's all right, but now Brady Shannon needs to go in and act as a cleanup here and hope he saw enough.
Bases loaded, one out now. First pitch, called strike, inside corner. So Haas's day is done. We'll see who hits in that spot. Now it's a swinging strikeout. 0-1 coming to Shannon. Brady grounds it right back up the middle and through for a base hit. Boardman's going to score. Dave Hoke's going to send Max Hantrin. He's going to score. It's a 2 RBI single for Brady Shannon. The 5-hitter produces for Sonoma. They jump out to a 2-0 lead. RBIs 25 and 26 for Shannon.
And Shannon delivers there exactly what we're talking about. Got to go up there, be ready to hit. He finds a really nice piece, shoots it right back up the middle. That's a hit every single day and a great way to not blow up a bases loaded, no out situation there. The injury to Haas, a terrible time for that, but Shannon able to make up for it and get the Stompers on the board early.
Yeah, despite it being a 2 runs at least first inning, the story of this game now is, can Matthias Haas return to the game tomorrow? He has a week off with the All-Star break. Can he return at all? Losing that bat would leave the Stompers with just 12 position players on the roster down the home stretch. Shepler now a lefty ahead in the count, 1-0. The pitch. Swing and a miss, fooled him badly on a slider, diving down and away, 1-1. Shepler, a guy that's just changed his commitment from Ohio State, where he only appeared in 2 ball games last year. He'll head to San Jose State this coming academic year. Trying to produce for the Stompers in a 2-on, 1-out situation in the first. Wheeler delivers and it hit Anthony Shepler. And that one, I think, hit his shoulder and then got a good piece of Shepler, who's in a lot of pain down the first baseline. And this inning going from bad to worse for Sonoma. Shep seems to be in a substantial amount of pain. He's dropped to a knee. Busy first inning for Allie Slinson, the athletic trainer.
Yeah, and we talked about this pregame off the air. It feels like for the Stompers, if you want to beat the Legends, just crowd the plate. They love to throw the ball inside, and they can't seem to locate it on that edge very consistently. Now 2 in just 5 batters. That's or in 6 batters. That's not really what you want. And for Shepler here, right spot in the shoulder can definitely kind of send the, pins and needles down the arm. Not a good spot to be. And I mean, he's not playing the defense today, so that helps, but not a good spot.
Yeah, it hit Shepler in the right shoulder. He turned away from a pitch coming at him, and it hit him, I don't know, the back of the shoulder. We've already seen that I can't do math. I clearly don't know my biology either. That one high and tight on Shepler, plunked by the pitch, and, well, the good news is that the bases are loaded. The bad news is that Stompers are dropping like flies with injuries here in inning number 1. And Shepler not making his way to first base yet, and Ali keeping that shoulder loose, making sure he can still go. Now sporting a yellow arm sleeve on the right arm. That's for San Jose State. The gold and blue of the Spartans has been traded out for the Buckeye red. Ben Sebastiani cannot get double switched out of this ball game anymore, the way these two hitters have gone.
Now batting, second baseman, number 1, Kieran Hahn.
Bases loaded still for Sonoma in what's a never-ending inning number 1. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Stompers looking to blow this game open, and it's the lefty Gideon Hahn against the lefty Paul Wheeler. First pitch is over his head, and it kicks right off the backstop. I think Hahn's taking his helmet, walking around. Did that one hit him too?
It might have nicked the helmet there, I think.
And this is a situation we found ourselves in last time the Legends came here. The Legends have hit the Stompers over 25 times this season in their 9 meetings. And finally, in the 9th inning of last game, warnings were issued to both benches. You have to feel like the warnings at some point have to be issued today. I'm all for pitching inside. That's how you win baseball games, and that's the bottom line with that. But at some point, it can't be a coincidence. Here, Hahn squares to bunt, stares down Zach Wheeler, and takes a pitch well off the corner, 2-0.
Well, and it's not even that it's malicious. It's that if you're trying to pitch inside and you can't do it, you're going to cause injury, and that's the point of recklessness that we've seen so far.
2-0 pitch, Hahn, and that one hit him. And at some point, John Pierce has to take some sort of control of this baseball game. That's 3 hit by pitches and 7 hitters. And Zach Pace is coming off that first base coach position, as is Nick Sanziri. And McCann Libby's giving words to the home plate umpire. Zach Pace is not happy at all up the first base line. Dave Hoke is having a conversation with Nick Sanziri. I still don't believe there's any malicious content, but that aside, there's going to be an injury at some point, and that can't happen.
Well, it's not necessarily about the intent here. It's don't throw the ball inside if you can't do it. If you can't land it, stop hitting the players. It's just not necessary at this point.
And Eric Gurney and Zach Pace are exchanging words halfway up the first base line. For Sonoma, it's 3 hit by pitches in the inning, and at no point has there been even a sense that a warning is going to be given to either side. Trent Keys was hit 3 times in a game against Menlo Park. Colton Boardman was hit 3 times in a game against Menlo Park. And Anthony Shepler been hit twice, and in the midst of all of this, a pitching change has been made by the Legends. I mean, my catchphrase is the wheels are off the wagon. I don't usually pull that one out until the 7th inning, but what is going on here in Sonoma? A disastrous evening for Paul Wheeler is done after just 7 hitters. That includes 3 hit by pitches. His season total is now 10. Break in the action, pitching change in the first inning. Sonoma 3 in and 3 on with just 1 out. Will Marlin is the new pitcher. Paul Wheeler exits an outing to forget for the lefty. He went just 7 hitters. He got 1 out. He allowed 2 hits, a walk, and 3 hit by pitches. That one is high. 3 runs scored against Wheeler in just a third of an inning. Will Marlin starts Esteban Sepulveda with a ball high. Sepulveda hits it high in the air to very shallow left field. It's going to be a long run for the shortstop, Rabago, and a hit off Quincy Villa's glove. It's a fair ball. The throw to third is not in time. It's an error charge to the left fielder, Villa, and another run comes home for Sonoma. Things going bad to worse for Menlo Park. The home Stompers lead at 4-0.
Now batting center fielder number 19.
That run charged to Paul Wheeler.
And the bases are still loaded for the Stompers here. Now in the 9th spot, Colton Boardman on deck for his second at-bat in just the first inning.
That brings up the 9-hitter Cam Hegman. He takes outside 1-0. Will Marlin has pitched 9 innings. He's allowed just 1 earned run. 6 games, 1 save. Hegman takes outside 2-0. And, we like to sit up here and we can criticize however this game is coached, however this game is umpired. But at some point, you have to penalize someone for hitting hitters, malicious or not. Cam Hegman takes a 2-0 slider that falls in there for a strike.
Well, think about it like flip it over to football here. If you are flying around the field hitting guys with your shoulder and then you hit someone in the helmet and they get hurt, that's not a malicious play, but it's a hazardous one that caused an issue.
2-1 pitch on the way to Hegman. Cam takes upstairs, outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Colton Boardman, who you want to take a guess how he reached to start this inning. He was hit by a pitch by Paul Wheeler. He'll have his second crack at things, barring a double play. Hegman way out in front, 3-1. Lots of hitting room on the right side. The pitch is bounced back to Marlin, who's going to bobble it, throw to first, and he's called out at home plate. Very close. The back foot of Ryan Cartwright to home. I'm not sure if he held that foot. That was the double play ball Will Marlin wanted. He bounced off the mound to field it, juggled it like he was in the circus, and then shoveled it to home plate.
Well, and I don't know why Anthony Scheffler didn't slide in there. If you slide, you're safe by a foot or 2 because of the shuffle there, but just, I guess, thought they were going to 1 because he didn't see the throw already in.
Now it's up to Boardman. He takes outside 1-0. So 9 Stompers have already hit here in the first inning. 3 runners aboard, 4 already in. Colton wants to clear the bases here and really give that coaching staff some breathing room. 1-0 pitch, low, 2-0. No place to put Colton Boardman. Bases full of Stompers with 2 outs. Hans at second. Hans at third now. Sepulveda's at second. And Hegeman's at first base. The pitch to Boardman way high and outside, 3-0. 1 more wide, 1 forces in a run.
And Boardman up with the bases loaded. That's a nightmare situation for any pitcher. The guy takes great at-bats, and he puts the barrel on the ball when he needs to.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier with Max Handren in the on-deck circle. 3-0 to Boardman is high, ball 4. 4-pitch walk to Boardman. It's RBI number 21 for Colton. Coming in to score is Hahn. A note on the Hitty and Hahn hit by pitch. That's his first RBI on the CCL season. So happy for Hitty there. He also comes in to score. Sepulveda to third, Hegeman to second, Boardman to first, and Max Handren, who has the only Stomper grand slam of the summer, digs in against Will Marlin. 5-0, Sonoma leads. Max swings first pitch and pops it foul. He chased just a little bit out of the zone.
And with Hahn scoring, we can close the book on Paul Wheeler. Just 1 out recorded, 2 hits, 5 runs, 4 of which earned, a walk, 3 hit batters, and a strikeout.
The pitch to Handren popped up back behind the plate, and it will get out of play. The Stompers have put up 5 runs here in the first inning, courtesy of 3 hit by pitches and 2 walks. A couple RBIs for Brady Shannon, 1 for Gideon Hahn, and 1 now for Colton Boardman. 0-2 pitch. Will Marlin to Max Handren. The closed off righty delivers, and Handren takes outside. It's to the screen. Here comes Sepulveda. He's going to score. 6-0 Stompers. Wild pitch charged to Marlin. Oh, is thrown into the far batter's box. So the runners now move to second and third. Sepulveda scores. 6-0. The inning still not over. Handren awaits a 1-2. Max hits it foul past Dave Hoke in third base coaching box. The count's still 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the out-of-town scoreboard, the Alameda Merchants have come back to take a 5-1 lead over the Crawdads, which means both Alameda and Sonoma would jump Walnut Creek if results hold. 1-2 inside, 2-2. I say as results hold, it's the first inning. There's a whole lot of baseball to be played here in Sonoma. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Deuce's wild delivery from Will Marlin to Max Handren. The righty pitches, and Handren sends this one to center. That's down for a base hit. 1 run scores, 2 run scores. Max Handren continues to hit. A 2-hit inning for Max. 2 RBIs in the process. It's 8-0 Stompers.
Yeah, and an inning that just continues and continues. Almost feels like all the drama with the hit by pitches and stuff kind of didn't wake up the Stompers, but it got that competitive edge, feeling a bit of a chip on the shoulder, really trying to put it on the Legends here in the first.
I mean, we talked about it between you and me. I talked about it with Zach Pace. I know you talked about it with both players and coaches. You've beaten a team 7 out of 8 times. How do you not get complacent? Well, if they hit your best players over and over and over again. It's fired up the Stompers and fired them into an 8-run inning. Libby hits a high chopper. That's picked by Dave Hoke. That's why he's the infield coach. Soft hands.
Bare hands it, just pulls it in on the right side. Nice little play at third.
Nifty play from Hokie down at third base. Ben Sebastiani, who came into an 0-2 count to Matthias Haas, that was in this inning, is on deck. Libby takes a called strike, 68 miles an hour.
And that was the only out that Paul Wheeler retired, and it was on 2 batters. Funky situation there.
8-0 Stompers in the first. The pitch to Libby is bounced foul. Dave Hoke, no attempt at that one. It goes past him down the line. The count holds at no balls and 2 strikes.
And that pitch well inside to Libby.
And there's no such thing as a get-right game with everyone so closely packed here in the CCL North, but this inning has to feel good for Sonoma. Libby takes low and outside. That's another slider at 69 this time. The count's 1-2. And they trailed for 18 consecutive innings of league play. They gave up a crooked number in the first on Wednesday to Walnut Creek. They lost that game 11-8. Walnut Creek comes here yesterday. They scored 2 in the first. Sonoma never takes a lead there. Libby hits this one down the left field. Quincy Villa has a beat on this one, and he makes sure to squeeze the glove this time. The out is recorded. But for Sonoma, 8 runs on 3 hits, and just 1 runner left. A dream first for the home squad. They're all over the Legends. It's 8-0 after 1. Nick Santavanez back to work with an 8-0 cushion. The righty put down the Legends in order in the first. He starts this one outside. 1 ball and no strikes to William Anderson, 4 doubles. And homer for Will. 11 RBIs driven in. That one misses outside 2-0.
I think that had to have been close to a half-hour layoff for Santavanez there. First pitch was at 6:11. It's 6:48 when he's throwing again. It was a 1-2-3 quick first, top of the first.
A pitch to Anderson is cut on and fouled into the glove of Sepulveda. Two balls and 1 strike to Anderson. The left-handed hitter out of Ohlone College pops this one foul over the on-deck circle where Austin Rabago swings his bat. That was a changeup from Santavanez. He doesn't use it that much. The fastball sits at 89 miles an hour. He uses it about 64% of the time. The slider is second most used pitch 25% of the time. And then 1 out of about every 10 pitches he throws in there is a changeup. That one comes in at 78. That was the slider, and it missed. 3-2 pitch now coming to Anderson. Santavanez rocks and delivers. Anderson draws a walk. Just the 11th walk all year for Nick Santavanez. And 5 of them came in that nightmare start against Walnut Creek. The start with the Stompers went on to win. Sonoma's still won all 5 of the starts of Nick Santavanez. A 4-0 record for him for those that still use wins and losses counting stat for their starting pitchers. Runner at first is Anderson. The pitch to Rabago's in there for a called strike. Fastball at the knees. Oh, 1. Rabago fouls it back to the backstop, 0-2. Santavanez looking for his 32nd strikeout, which would put him atop the CCL strikeout leaderboard. A crown that he can't win, this being his last start, but that number will be 31 and climbing in today's game. 0-2 from Nick Santavanez. Austin Rabago grounds it right at Colton Boardman. Tailor-made double play. Hahn turns it. 6-4-3, a swifty for the Stompers, and there's 2 down.
And that's better than a strikeout for Nick Santavanez there. The leadoff walk, those come back to hurt you a lot of the time. We say that all of the time. Nice little 6-4-3 to get the leadoff walk erased.
That brings up Cal Zamitis.
Now batting, third baseman, number 7, Cal Santanz.
1-0 pitch. Strike, 1-1. Zamitis has had a long road to get here. TCU to Hartnell to University of the Pacific to Abilene Christian. He didn't really play at those last couple schools. Here he takes low. This is just his second game for Menlo Park. 0 for 4 in yesterday's contest. Menlo Park pulling just about every string they can to beat the Stompers, which has been a fruitless effort so far this year. Zamitis fouls it back, and the count's 2-2. Anderson walked, quickly erased on the Rabago double play. Santavanez looking to end this inning after facing just 3 hitters. 2-2 pitch. Zamitis takes low, and Santavanez falls off the hill. And every time you see a pitcher fall off the hill like that, you just pray there's no injury concerns. Santavanez looks fine. He's back up on the mountain. He delivers a 3-2 pitch and misses low, his second walk of the inning. And this has to be because of the long layoff.
to Cole Curtis.
That brings up another Ohlone College product in Cole Curtis. And yet another late addition to this ballgame. Just 3 for 11, a double and an RBI. Was a hit away from 300 at Ohlone, 298 where his batting average ended. He takes a called strike 1. I think hitters care about that. They come up their last at bat of a season knowing they're a knock away from having a 300 year. Looks a lot better on the scouting profile. 0-1 misses 1-1.
Yeah, I definitely think that depends on the guy for a lot. You know, if they're riding some sort of, you know, bonus or whatever it may be, they definitely want that 300 mark. And some of the competitive, just those competitive guys want that 300 mark on the resume, and you know, to say they did it.
1-1 cut on and missed by Curtis, 1-2. So Antavania is looking in to get his sign from Sepulveda, set to deliver his 29th delivery of the contest. Takes a look at first base and comes home. Curtis lines it foul down the right field line over the stumper. Bullpen and out of play. 8-0 Stompers here in the top of the second. Sonoma sent 12 hitters to the plate in the first frame against a combination of Paul Wheeler and Will Marlin. The pitch is line foul back to the screen again. We'll do another 1-2 between Santavanias and Curtis. The catcher, Ryan Cartwright, in the on-deck circle. A tall righty out of orange pitches. And it's a called strike 3 outside corner. Cole Curtis doesn't like the call, but it's the third strikeout for Nick Santavanias on the evening. We head to the last of the second. Sonoma still on top, 8-0. Paul Wazul takes inside and low to start the bottom of the second inning. The Stompers look to try and build on an 8-run first. Matthias Haas was slated to hit 4. He left the game after just seeing 4 pitches in his at-bat with an apparent hand injury. Ben Sebastiani came in to finish that at-bat. He struck out. So now Paul Wazul came in to play first base. He'll now hit in the 4 spot. And he'll do it from a 1-1 count against Will Marlin, who now has a chance to start a clean inning. Wazul, a .217 hitter, has an extra base hit in 3 out of his last 4 contests. Swings and misses here, 1 and 2. Just sort of a drifting changeup that sat too far off the corner. A big hack from Wazul came up empty. The count's 1 and 2. Brady Shannon, who had arguably the biggest hit of that first inning, a 2 RBI single that jump-started the offense. Wazul takes inside, turned out of the way of a fastball, and you want the Stompers to crowd the plate. Paul Wazul is right on top of it.
And you'd think that the entire lineup crowds it if you look at the hit by pitch numbers, but in reality, Paul, one of the only ones.
Wazul lines that one past the first baseman Birdsall into right field. Mitchell Birdsall was positioned perfectly. He was hugging the line, and Wazul hit it sort of right to him. He took one step out there, and it just bounced under his glove. Yeah, single Paul Wazul.
And he kind of jabbed at it there. You don't want to do that. You want to, make a swipe at the ball or get in front and field it that way. He jabbed the glove, tried to just kind of catch it where it was, and didn't make the play.
Should take some lessons from soft-handed Dave Hoke.
Yeah.
Dave Hoke looks smoother out there in the third base coaching position. Shannon takes a called strike outside corner.
And Will Marlin's going to live there. It's a nice off-speed pitch. He's going to ride that outside edge as long as he can.
Right on right, Marlin against Shannon. Will delivers, and Brady bounces it foul down the third baseline. The count's 0-2. The Stompers were hit by a pitch 3 times in that first inning. That brings the team total to 91. So they have 8 more league games to try and get to triple-digit hit by pitches. Shannon fooled badly on a hook, and he's gone on 3 pitches. First strikeout for Marlin, second by Menlo Park pitching. Big hook.
Yeah, batting. Number 25, Trent Keys.
And that will force another pinch hitter. Trent Keys will come in for Anthony Shepler. The pitch inside, and it hit Trent Keys. And will that force a warning?
It has to
the Menlo Park bench. Trent Keys, now, that's the 92nd time that the Stompers have been hit this season. It's the 17th time Trent Keys has been hit by a pitch. It's the 4th time a Stomper's been plunked today. And I understand that it's not malicious. I understand that it's bad command. But I guarantee you the first time a Stomper pitcher misses with a fastball, that's going to prompt the warnings. Gideon Hahn takes inside corner called strike. And I think maybe the more pressing matter to the lack of warnings is Stompers are out of left-handed bench bats. Now nobody more can get injured. And they're out of bats altogether almost.
Well, through this game, the Stompers have been hit as many times as they've been recorded and out.
Oh, that's a good.
And 2 are the DH. I mean, you hit Anthony Shepler. He's visibly shaken up. He runs the bases and comes out of the ball game. Then Trent Keys goes in and he gets hit. It's not malicious, but it's just, it's hazardous at this point. It's dangerous play.
Connor Pulowski, the last man standing on the Stomper bench, and there's 1 out in the 3rd. The pitch to Hahn is lined through the left side, and it's going to kick into left field. Dave Hoke with a stop sign, and Sonoma loads the bases with 1 out here in the 3rd, and this bases loaded moment is brought to you by Friedman's Home Improvement. Friedman's. If they don't have it, you don't need it. Friedman's also today's sponsor of First Responders Night at Arnold Field.
We've seen a few bases loaded moments now. Friedman's just brings it with him.
Lazul's at third base. Keys is at second base. He was hit by a pitch. And Hahn is at first base with a single. That's nice for Hahn. That's just his 4th league hit. And that brings up Esteban Sepulveda, and he's hit by a pitch. It's the 5th time a Stomper's been hit here in the 3rd inning. That forces a visit from the pitching coach and hasn't prompted a warning, and I think I'm going to stop bringing up that issue. John Pierce just has absolutely no interest in warning either bench.
Sepulveda hit in the elbow guard on the front arm, so at least doesn't hurt him too badly, but visibly angry there. He threw the bat at the ground. He threw both the batting gloves and the elbow guard at the dirt as he walked over. I don't understand why there isn't a warning. I don't care that it's not malicious. It's just dangerous at this point. I mean, the Legends have recorded 4 outs, and they've hit 5 Stompers. Stop throwing the ball inside. You're just going to hurt people.
Bottom of the 2nd inning, the Stompers make it a 9-run cushion, and now we'll see another pitching change by Menlo Park. Bases still loaded for Sonoma. It's a very painful 11th RBI for Esteban Sepulveda, and we will take another short break on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Teru Khan is the man out of the bullpen, making just his 2nd appearance. He's a switch hitter. He throws righty. The 5'10", 175-pounder plays at Ohlone College. The 21-year-old delivers, and Cam Hageman pops it up foul and out of play. And that closes the book on Will Marlin in his innings pitch duties. He's still responsible for just about everybody on base. He got 3 outs. And Hageman winds it foul back to the screen. And Roman Raffelli, my broadcast partner, went down to talk to John Pierce about why there's been no issues warning. And what'd you pick up, Roman?
Yeah, John pretty adamant about if it's not, like, obviously intentional, it's not going to be issued a warning. And, you know, as that goes both sides, it doesn't much matter. If it's intentional, it'll issue a warning, but as it stands, it won't be.
So what I'm hearing, throw one behind him, nobody gets hurt, but you get a warning. Win, win, win? I don't know. That's not a classy brand of baseball. That's not how we do things here in Sonoma. Hageman, in the meanwhile, is behind 1-2 to Teru Khan. The slim right-hander delivers, and Hageman bounces it foul off the plate. Sepulveda picked up an RBI on that last hit by a pitch. Paul Lazul came in to score. Trent Keys is at third base, Gideon Hans at second base, and Esteban Sepulveda's at first base. Sonoma 9, Menlo Park 0. There's 1 out in the home second inning. The pitch. Hegeman hits it on the infield. Infield fly rule is called. The catch is made anyway. A tough stretch for Hegeman. He's now 0 for his last 11. And Colton Boardman will get his second chance with the bases loaded. He walked with the bases juiced. That was back in the first. Bases loaded, 2 outs. The righty Kahn to the lefty Boardman, and Colton takes outside 84 miles an hour, and the count's 1-0. Boardman extended the CCL North lead in walks. He picked up his 23rd. He swings here and pops it up. Very shallow left field. Austin Rabago going out. He gives way to Quincy Villa, who makes the catch, and the side is retired. The Stompers get 1 run on 1 hit, or 2 hits, beg your pardon, and they leave 1. We head now to the third inning. Sonoma 9, Menlo Park nothing. Nick Santavanez now works with a 9-0 advantage, and his first pitch is fouled off the foot of Ryan Cartwright, the catcher, who plays his college ball at Wheaton College out in Ohio. The Stompers have been hit 5 times in the first 2 innings of this game. Last time these teams matched up at Arnold Field, which was a 13-6 Stomper victory, Sonoma was hit 8 times, and the issue was warning on the warnings were issued on the 8th hit by pitch. That came in the 9th inning after a Nick Sebastiani home run. So that's the one where you could deem as intentional, I guess. 0-2. Good morning, good afternoon, Ryan Cartwright. He's gone on 3 pitches. 4th strikeout, Nick Santavanez. And he made quick work of the backstop for Menlo Park.
Now batting, second baseman, number 20, Deuce Filter.
That brings up Deuce Filter, the 9-hitter. Righty from Santa Clara. Hits in the 9 position, and then it will be Quincy Villa. Filter lines it foul. 4 straight strikes to start the inning for Santanz. A 1 is sent deep down the left field line. Heading over and watching it bounce out of play is McCann Libby, who stays out there. The only defensive substitution through all these injuries has been Paul Lazul taking over at first base. Filter behind in the count, 0-2. Santanz stares in to get the sign and fires. Filter bounces it foul at home plate. No balls and 2 strikes to Filter, the second baseman out of Santa Clara. Santanz from the windup strikes him out swinging on a fastball out of the zone. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts, 5 in the game. And we go back to the top. Quincy Villa.
Quincy Villa.
Villa struck out looking to lead off the ball game against Santanz. The pitch is low, skips past Sepulveda. First hitter he's been behind in a while for Nick Santanz. And we haven't seen a lot of first pitch balls put in play today, but that's been a productive strategy against Santanz. 4 out of the 8 times a first pitch ball put in play has yielded a hit, 4 for 8 on first pitches. Villa's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. That one misses low, 3-0. Santanz has yet to give up a hit. He's walked 2. (3-0) offer, low ball 4. Villa draws a free pass. And that brings up Charlie Degler. Third walk for Santanz.
For Charlie Degler.
Degler, a left-handed hitter, grounded out to Hideon Hahn his first time through. Santanz delivers via run. Sepulveda's throw to second base on a hop. Not in time. And we knew Quincy Villa would be running. Santanz decided to come home without a check back, and that's the closest you're going to get. It's the best base stealer against the best team against holding runners, and we'll see if Villa just takes off for third here. That's stolen base number 30.
And when we talked about it, we said maybe first pitch out, it would have worked there.
That one's low. Sepulveda bluffs that he lost the ball. See if Villa would head towards third base. He didn't. The count's 2-0. And after striking out the first 2 hitters on 7 pitches, he's missed with 6 straight. (2-0). Called strike. That one just at the knees of Charlie Degler. Degler a full 8 inches shorter than the starter, Nick Santanz. This ball looked like it's coming from the heavens when Santanz comes straight over the top. Comes too far down. It's 3-1. Degler count leverage all of a sudden. Montevania is forced to come into the zone. He misses low outside. Second consecutive walk with 2 outs. Short King Summer Run, and what did we say? Colton Boardman leads the league in walks from 5'10", and now Charlie Degler wins the battle against Santavanias, and that prompts a Mike Nunez mound visit. It'll just slow him down a little bit, get him back to throwing his ace stuff.
And this has happened a couple times with Santavanias this year, just unable to find the zone at times, the command eluding him. A weird situation for a guy who's at his very best when he throws strikes, and he knows that. I mean, it's a guy who gets in the zone early and often in the count. He's really tough to get on, doesn't give up a lot of hits at all, but 4 walks through just 2 2/3, not ideal.
The first inning went 1-2-3. He walked 2 in the second inning, and now he has walked 2 with 2 outs here in the third, and has to deal with Mitchell Birdsall, who's 10 for 36 in the CCL North. He started the season with the Orange County Riptide down south, and now's brought his talents up to the Legends. 6 doubles out of 10 hits. That's an impressive number. 6 RBIs, 4 walks, and 12 strikeouts. Definitely a guy prone to the swing and miss. Villa off second, Degler off first base. Santavanias delivers low. Sepulveda keeps it in front of him. The count's 1-0. Lucas Townsend cheering on his hitter from down the third baseline. Wishing Coach Towney a belated happy birthday. Celebrated it yesterday. This one's popped up a mile high. It's the shortstop, Boardman, out, and now he's coming on, still coming on, and he makes the catch. A ball that was just winding and twisting around up in the air finally ends up in the glove of Colton Boardman. Still no hits allowed by Santavanias. He leaves a couple of walks. We head to the last of the third inning, 9-0 Sonoma over Menlo Park. Kahn delivers to Handren, and it misses outside here to start the third inning. Sonoma leads it 9-0 here on a Saturday evening. The pitch. Handren yanks it down the right field line, but foul and out of play. Max told me yesterday that he's going to go play winter ball down in Australia after the Stomper season ends, and I think it's picked up his demeanor a little bit coming off the injury week. It's always, this is the same thing we talked about earlier with guys in the transfer portal. Not having security of where you're going to go after this season really weighs on you as a player, especially Max Handren, knowing he has no eligibility left, but he's found a home down in Australia. Maybe you can ask Haroon Pelja for some suggestions of where to go as he yanks this one foul 1-2. Handren, the lefty. Slightly open stance, set up in the back of the box against the righty Kahn, who slings it in there, and Handren fouls it back to the screen. The count holds at a ball and 2 strikes. McCann Libby and then Paul Wazul here in the third. The pitch inside, 2-2. 85 on the fastball from Kahn, making just his second CCL appearance. On the out-of-town scoreboard, Alameda and Walnut Creek has gone final 5-1. The Merchants win. And down at Sinsheimer Stadium, the Slow Blues blanked the San Francisco Seagulls 6-0. A nice bounce-back game there for Dean Trainer's bunch, who gave up a 15 spot to San Francisco. Mark Caviglia finally on the correct end of a double-digit scoreline. Handren lines this one into right field. 3 hits in 3 innings for Handren. That ball was sculled at 103 miles an hour off the bat. That brings up McCann Libby. First pitch is very nicely received by Ryan Cartwright to coax a called strike 1. Libby behind in the count 0-1. Kahn comes home. Libby chases a fastball high, 0-2. Oh-2 coming. Libby takes a called strike 3. It's a nice little changeup that just found the edge.
Yeah, nice pitch there from Kahn. Paints the corner with a changeup, a big way to get an out after the leadoff single from Handren.
Wazul swings and fouls it back to the screen. It's been a little rotating door here in the cleanup position. Matthias Haas started the game. He saw 4 pitches and left with a hand injury. Ben Sebastiani finished out that at-bat, and then Paul Wazul came on to defend at first base. He also singled and scored in the second. He takes inside, and I guess what we've picked up here on the TrackMan is inside fastballs are getting called for strikes, but inside breaking balls are not being given. For whatever that's worth. In a 9-0 contest, Lazul takes outside 2-0.
I still just don't understand how 5 guys can get hit in 2 innings and there's no
team this badly 8 out of 9 times. 2-1 pitch. Wazul takes inside and high, 2-2. with a final score of the one we have now with Sonoma winning. It'll be 8 of the 17 losses in Menlo Park season have come at the hands of Sonoma. The pitch to Lazul is outside ball 4. Handren moves to second base, and Brady Shannon comes up. He had a 2 RBI single and eventually scored in the first inning, struck out in the second.
Number 37, Brady Shannon.
Shannon, power threat out of Youngstown State. Takes a pitch that misses in the far batter's box, kicks to the screen. Handren walks to third base. Lazul saunters into second. Second and third now with just 1 out. So another opportunity now for Brady Shannon to knock in 2 more runs. One-0 to Shannon, sent foul down the right field line. Trent Keys, who was hit by a pitch for the 17th time this season, is in the on-deck circle. Sonoma looking to get to double digits early here at home against Menlo Park. Solid turnout here at the Arnold Field grandstand. Shannon chases. And the count's now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right on right, Kahn against Shannon. Turin Kahn from Alameda. That's where the Stompers go tomorrow to finish off the first half, if you will, before the All-Star break. Shannon takes low 2-2, although we're well past the midway point of the CCL season. The Stompers get a much-needed 4 days off. Feels like everybody on the roster needs to get healthy. The Stompers will also have a few players representing the club at the showcase game down in Compton. You can stay tuned to the Stompers on all social medias to see that announcement coming up in just a few days. The pitch to Shannon is low. The count's now 3-2. Cartwright keeps it close enough to hold the runners at second and third. First base open, a payoff coming. 8 runs in the first, 1 in the second, threatening for a whole bunch more here in the third. (3-2) to Shannon. Sent high in the air to left field. Chasing over is Villa, now coming on, battling the sun, he makes the catch. Handren tags, the throw goes behind him to third base. RBI Brady Shannon, his third of the ball game, and Sonoma makes it 10-0.
Good job there from Shannon, just under that ball. Otherwise, it is long out of here. Scores a run, does a job, gets one across now. 10 runs in just 3 innings for the Stompers. A great way to right the ship after a couple ugly losses to the Crawdads.
The pitch to Keys is low, 1-0. Geez, that's a pitch we've seen called to a tall left-handed hitter. I mean, it's sort of been dubbed the Aaron Judge strike call, the bottom of the zone extended to the tallest players in the league. 1-0 outside, 2-0. Neither of these ones have been particularly close. As a reminder, Roman Raffelli takes over the play-by-play duties at the conclusion of this half inning. And Roman, I feel like no better way to toss it to you than a 10-0 lead.
Yeah.
2-1, beg your pardon, 2-0. And Keys takes low through the legs of Cartwright, 3-0. Stolen base Paul Lazul. Third stolen base on the year for Lazul. Three balls and no strikes, now the count. Way high and outside ball 4. So Trent Keys is just doing Trent things. He just earned his 18th walk of the season, and that was the 17th hit by pitch last time up. Runners at the corners for Gideon Hahn, who's been hit by a pitch, and he's also singled.
And a free pass has been issued to the 6th spot in the Stomper lineup. All 3 times it's come up to hit. First Shepler and then 2 to Trent Keys.
Hahn, a left-handed hitter. Kahn delivers outside. 1 ball and no strikes. More action. It's a righty up and loosening for Menlo Park. Throwing with some earnesty down there. Might be time for a change coming up. You wonder how many innings you can get out of Teru Khan in just his 2nd appearance. Hahn hits this one on a line. Curtis is going to chase over. It's over his head and off the wall. 1 run scores Lazul. Dave Hoke's going to hold the runner at 3rd, and Gideon Hahn is thrown out at 2nd base. The run scores, so it's a 2nd RBI of the game for Gideon Hahn, and his 2nd hit of the ball game as well. He hit it too hard, it came off the wall, and he was thrown out at 2nd base.
Yeah, tough there. A line drive right at the wall. It hit halfway up it. I think that would have been the hardest, or one of the hardest hit and the lowest flying home runs we'd seen all season long, but it ends up being kind of, you know, his Achilles heel there, not able to stretch a single to a double. But I like the hustle. You're up here. You're trying to go to a D1 program from the JUCO. You should be playing aggressive there, trying to pad the stats a little bit.
Well, Stompers end the 3rd with 2 runs on 2 hits and an 11-0 lead. Roman Raffelli takes over on play-by-play when we come back for the 4th on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network.
The Stompers nursing an 11-0 lead through 3 innings. Nick Santavanias works in his 4th, and it's been a no-hit performance so far, but he's given up 4 walks. Beyond that, I mean, Santavanias pitching very well in what will be his last outing for the Stompers.
Yeah, last time Sonoma faced Menlo Park, it was a complete game shutout from Devin Laginto.
He's behind 2-0 to Will Anderson. Anderson walked the first walk, but he was doubled up on an Austin Rabago 6-4 3-double play. 2-0, cut on and missed. Nice fastball low in the zone from Santavanias there. The 2-1 wind. Nice slider outside corner. That one would have been called a strike, and it's a swinging strike from Will Anderson. Now battling back 2-2. The 2-2 fouled back nearly over the third base dugout, but into the netting.
We have a pitch count, sort of the only worry here for Santanz. Zach Pace has a lot of bullpen available. It's an 11-0 game. You wonder what sort of that conversation is right now.
The 2-2 in the dirt and outside, 3-2. And it's not just a lot of a bullpen, but a loaded bullpen. You talk about both Ryan and Kyle Seo, Jaden Mason, Luke Duncan, and Braden Gentz. Those are the 5 of what have been the best arms in the Stomper arsenal. They've got them all ready tonight.
Yeah, last time the Stompers won a blowout game.
This one popped up foul again by Anderson.
We saw Braden Gentz come in with a big lead and then wasn't, or didn't, if you will, pitch the next day. I'd like to see Braden Gentz stay in the bullpen and guarantee 2 innings out of him tomorrow going into the All-Star break.
Yeah, it could be a big one, and the pitch count management and just who you're going to throw, a key piece of the game. Second payoff pitch, foul back again. Nice battle here from Will Anderson, working the count, seeing a few pitches now. His 9th incoming. Anderson, a 195 average, but hitting in the cleanup spot. 16 hits, 9 RBI, 29 strikeouts on the year. 3-2 fouled back again. He'll see a 10th from Nick Santanz, and no matter how it ends, not just a quality at bat for Will Anderson, but one that works to get Santanz out of this game a batter or two sooner.
Yeah, I think Menlo Park would be happy to see any other arm than Nick Santanz right now.
The 3-2 misses outside. A great at bat for Will Anderson. He works a 10-pitch walk, his second walk of the ball game.
That was back-to-back changeups to end that at bat.
Anderson aboard for the second time. That now the 5th walk for Santanz, and I believe he entered this game with 11, not 11 on the year, not the night for his command.
Golden Boardman's come out and he's doing the mound work for his former Matador teammate out there.
Yeah, Zach Pace out. It almost looks like an injury visit here. John Pierce has joined them immediately, and Pace looks pretty intently at the hand of Santanz.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a landing spot issue, but could it be a blister? We saw Max Fried come out of the game today due to a blister.
Yeah, Stomper's trainer out as well. And it looks like they're looking at his hand.
His glove? It looks like his... Is it a blister?
Couldn't have been a blister. I mean, it's his throwing hand.
Really rubbing up the baseball.
Yeah, I'm not all too sure what happened there.
A little too much spider tack.
Yeah. Could explain the pitches in the dirt as well. Over gripping. Austin Brago digs back in. Santanz is working from the stretch here. He got a ground ball in this situation in the second. Looks for one. The first pitch to Rabago misses outside.
It's another changeup. I mean, the analytics tell us he throws it 1 out of every 10 pitches. He's thrown 3 straight.
And could just be trying to work on it here as he heads to Fullerton. That one misses 2-0. That's a fastball at 87.
Hit down a tick from the first inning. Down a bunch of ticks from the first inning, actually.
I mean, it's been over an hour and a half since his first pitch. 2-0, misses outside again, 3-0. Now 5 or 6 arm side misses here from Santanz and just 2 batters. The 3-0, cut on and missed. The green light down 11 for the Legends.
3-0, green light, runner on. Wow. To Rabago's credit, I mean, swinging a hot bat, he's a base hit away from 300, 2 homers, 16 RBIs.
And fouls off the 3-1, now 3-2.
And Zach Pace immediately started up the bullpen after returning from the dugout. It's Jaden Mason up and throwing. A guy that he can extend 2-3 innings even.
And a couple of those guys, we saw Duncan go a couple, Sayas each a couple, and the payoff pitch misses outside to Rabago. Now back-to-back walks to start the inning in the 6th for Nick Santanz.
He's also walked 4 out of the last 5.
Third baseman number 7, Cal Zemeckis.
And now Mike Nunez to take a mound visit. This one likely more pitching focused than health focused.
He looked back, and I don't know if he's allowed. Well, he's allowed to make the call, but this was a question that I had a lot. Is it just 2 mound visits allowed per inning? Because in the MLB, if you come out for a second mound visit in an inning, you have to take the pitcher out of the game. This will answer our question here. Mike Nunez can make the call. Alex Michalakis has made every call as the pitching coach for Menlo Park. And the whole infield did join him this time.
And as the pitching coach, you will not see a mound visit here, but you might see Mike Nunez make the final move here. It's his guy on the bump, his last outing. Never know the sentiments that the Stompers may want to have between those two, but Santanz gets back out there, just a pep talk here, get in the zone. That's all Santanz needs to do here. His stuff has been plenty to take care of the Legends, just needs to throw the ball in the zone, but that's obviously much easier said than done. Play resumes. It's Cole Zamitis in the box. The right on right with Santanz looking for a ground ball here. Middle infield double play depth. First pitch outside corner called strike 1. That one a fastball. Gets back in the zone.
They should have Colton Boardman come take him out of the game. Those 2 teammates at Northridge the last couple seasons. And now Santanz hits the portal. That their time together that they've shared a ball field for a while is now done.
And the 0-1 misses just below the knee, 1-1.
Reminds you of Mariano Rivera's last game where Derek Jeter came and took the ball from him.
Well, and speaking of Derek Jeter, did you see the play that Trevor Story made at shortstop? I mean, obviously the wrong side of that rivalry, but what a play from Trevor Story. The 1-1 low again. Santanz upset with himself after that one.
That Mariano Rivera video, damn, here brings me to tears. When Andy Pettit and Derek come out of the dugout to pull him,
That's
really tugs on the heartstrings.
That's a tough one. The 2-1 hit hard and into deep left field. Going back is Libby at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run shot for Cal Zamitis, his first of the season, and it's his first hit for the Legends. A 3-run shot to drop the Stomper lead to 8 runs in the 4th. That one 349 feet and an exit velo of 97.
Yeah, and you hate that that's the way that Nick Santanz's outstanding Stomper summer comes to a close.
We'll see a mound visit here from Zach Pace. That likely the end of, you said it there, not only his night, but his season with the Stompers. It was a great one for Santanz. Not quite the night he envisioned as he exits, but he'll get a fist bump and a couple of hugs from the infield, and we'll head to break. It's 11-3, an 8-run lead in favor of the Stompers here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Jaden Mason, the new arm on the bump for the Stompers. First pitch in for a strike to Cole Curtis. It ends not just Nick Santavania's night, but his season with the Stompers. He went 3+ tonight, gave up just 1 hit, but it was a home run to Cole Zamitis. 3 runs, all earned, 6 walks, and 5 strikeouts for Nick Santavania's Mason. 1-1 count here with Cole Curtis, who struck out looking to end the second inning. That against Nick Santavania's. That one in the dirt. Now 2-1 to Jaden Mason.
These are not pressure pitches for Jaden Mason. You're pitching with an 8-run cushion. You just have to fill up the zone.
This one hit right back up the middle. A single for Cole Curtis. Now the first for Legends reach. No outs recorded in the 4th.
Yeah, Mason gave up 2 earned runs in his first outing. That was on June 7th and has yet to give up a run since. He's on a little 5 consecutive inning streak without giving up an earned run. 3 of those innings were against Menlo Park. He gave up a hit in 2 of them.
Brings Ryan Cartwright to the plate. He struck out his first time up. That was just last inning. To lead it off, he enters here. Curtis on first, facing Jaden Mason from the stretch. A bluff from Curtis and a big whiff from Cartwright. Now quickly 0-2.
Now back-to-back sliders to start the at-bat. Got a couple of chases from Cartwright.
Mason dangles the right arm as he gets the sign. He comes set at the belt. The 0-2, cut on and missed. A back pick to first. Not in time to get Curtis, but Cartwright, the second strikeout of his evening. And at the first for Jaden Mason.
Now batting, second baseman number 20.
Deuce Filter takes the box. He struck out in the 3rd. Just 0 for 1 on the season entering this ball game. He also had a sac hit and a walk. First pitch he sees is in the dirt.
Santavania has induced that nice little ground ball double play when he got into trouble the first time, looking to emulate that as Jaden Mason.
Runner goes. The throw down from Sepulveda, not in time to get Cole Curtis. It's the second stolen bag for the Legends this evening. Now runner in scoring position, just 1 out. Opportunity to tack on another for the Legends.
First stolen base of the year for Cole.
The 1-1 missed on the swing attempt by Filter. Now 1-2. Mason did exactly what he needed to. Came into this ball game and has been pitching ahead. He got 2 out of the first 3 to see a first pitch strike. Another 1-2 to Filter, misses outside. Mason gets the sign from Sepulveda. And the 2-2 cut on and missed. Strike 3. Nice slider working middle out. Gets a strikeout from Deuce Filter, the second for Jaden Mason.
Now batting, left fielder number 3, Quincy Villa.
And it rolls the order over to the top. Quincy Villa, a strikeout, a walk, and a stolen base. In this ball game, that stolen base was his 30th of the season. First pitch called strike 1 on the inside corner. Now 3 of 4 Legends to face Jaden Mason saw a first pitch strike and a 0-1 count. 0-1 to Villa, fouled back now 0-2. Mason looking to strand a runner on second base. The 0-2 in the dirt. A nice block from Sepulveda there keeps Curtis at second base. The 1-2 from Mason. Foul ball off the, I guess, the knob of the bat of Quincy Villa. He almost started to come around, but then got jammed up and lost in the box.
You think warnings are issued if that one hits him in the hand?
You know, it's the funny line here, because like as soon as a stomper hits one, it's automatically like, oh, both sides are getting involved. That's intentional, but you just hate to see it there. 1-2, 2 outs. Quincy Villa, line drive over the head of Colton Boardman. It gets down in front of McCain Libby. He fields, throws to second base, and it gets past Gideon Hahn. So now a free 90 to Quincy Villa as the fourth run of the ballgame comes in to score that Cole Curtis.
Now batting, center fielder number 4, Charlie Douglas.
So it's ruled a single and an E7 for Quincy Villa. Now trades places with Curtis, and the Legends draw ever closer to the Stompers here in the fourth.
Yeah, 8th RBI on the season for Villa, and again, that's his 23rd hit, still just 2 doubles.
He goes first pitch. Mason doesn't look. The throw from Sepulveda, not in time, but gloved on a hop by Max Handren, and that's just negligent pitching from Mason. He was dancing well off the bag, needed to step off, but delivered home and gives a free 90 to Quincy Villa. The pitch called a strike. It's 0-1 to Charlie Degler, a walk and a 4-3 ground out in this ball game. The 0-1 fouled down the third base line. No pick play from Lucas Townsend.
He was a catcher, not an infielder.
The count 1-1 to Degler. Off-speed pitch doesn't land on the outside edge. Now 2-1. Runner just 90 feet away. The 2-1 from Mason, fouled off again down the third base line. Now 2-2 to Degler. Degler entered today, 371 average, 13 hits, 8 walks. Patient approach from the center fielder. 2 outs, runner on third, that's Quincy Villa. The 2-2 from Jaden Mason, misses outside inning, gets past Esteban Sepulveda and scores the 5th run of the inning and the 5th for the Legends.
Yeah, that's why Quincy Villa stealing third base and being such a threat to run poses such a big issue. This is all of a sudden a 5-run inning, and now you're happy for all the extra cushion that you've been gifted with the hit by pitches.
The 3-2 to Degler, hit into center field, a base hit with 2 outs. Now back-to-back singles with 2 outs. The inning isn't over for the Legends, looking to shorten the Stomper lead. And it brings up Mitchell Birdsall, a strikeout and a pop-out.
Number 14, Mitchell Birdsall.
Degler, 10 stolen bases on the year. He leads off first base. He's held on by Paul Azul, and he's shuffling. Mason, again, doesn't step off, and that's just a free 90 for Charlie Degler. Mason needs to manage the pads. Runner in scoring position, that's Charlie Degler. Mitchell Birdsall at the plate. 1-0 count from Jaden Mason. The pitch misses, is called on the inside corner. Strike one. The 1-1 for Mason. Doesn't take a look back, delivers a big swing and a miss from Birdsall. Now 1-2. Mason looking to get out of the inning before Will Anderson gets his second at bat. The 1-2. Degler way off second base. The pitch misses low and out. 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Mason needs to control the runners a little bit here. I mean, Quincy Villa just walked to third base before he even delivered a pitch and wound up scoring on a pass ball. These free bases adding up in a hurry.
Count now 2-2. Degler well off the base. The pitch again out in the dirt. Now 3-2, 2 outs. The payoff pitch to Birdsall misses outside. It's ball 4. And now Will Anderson gets his second at bat of the inning.
Now batting, designated hitter number 25, Will Anderson.
It's the first walk by Jaden Mason in the inning, but the third by Stomper pitching. That goes along with 4 hits, 3 of which singles. Anderson led off the inning with a walk. He's walked twice in this ball game. He scored the first run for the Legends. First pitch in the dirt. Mason can't find it. The 1-0 hit hard into deep center field. Going back is Cam Hegeman, and he makes the catch. 10 come to bat for the Legends in the fourth. It's 4 runs on 4 hits in the inning. They draw ever closer to the Stompers. Will head to the bottom of the fourth in Sonoma. Esteban Sepulveda leads off the bottom of the fourth for the Stompers, and he'll face Zach Vasquez, who comes in relief for Teru Khan, who went an inning and 2/3, gave up 2 hits, 2 earned runs. He gave up 2 walks, but did not hit a Stomper, and he struck out 1. Sepulveda now ahead in the count 2-0. From Vasquez, catches the outside corner, 2-1.
Yeah, Vasquez, who's just going to turn 19 this coming December from Vail, Arizona.
The 2-1, catches the outside corner again, 2-2.
He's 1-0 with an 11.73 ERA over 7 2/3 innings. He's faced the Stompers twice and allowed 5 earned over 3 2/3.
2-2 to Sepulveda, yanked outside, 3-2. Vasquez working exclusively from the stretch. The 3-2 pitch to Sepulveda, called strike 3. Nice fastball low in the zone there. Gets Sepulveda to lead off the inning, and it brings up Cam Hegeman.
Now batting, center fielder number 19, Cam Hegeman.
Hegeman digs in a fielder's choice in the first and a pop out in the second. He'll be the final Stomper to hit 3 times. Puts down a bunt foul. The 0-1 bounced in the dirt. No bunt shown from Hegeman. Now 1-1. Colton Boardman stands on deck. One chop down the third base line. Fair play. The throw across. Not in time to get Cam Hegeman. Zemaitis, a tough throw there off the back foot. Not in time to get Hegeman. A leadoff single with a 1-out single. Stays on the infield for Hegeman.
Yeah, Hegeman breaks out of a little 0 for 11 slump there. That's good for the Stompers to see. They don't have any other center fielders right now. He's going to have to be out there every day, and we've talked about it a lot here, and it really does ring true. You just have to see one go. Maybe this jumpstarts Cam Hegeman, also a guy that's shifty on the paths if the Stompers want to run aggressively up 6.
Yeah, 3 stolen bases on what's been a short season with the Stompers. First pitch to Colton Boardman, misses outside. Boardman, 4 ABs in 4 innings. A hit by pitch, a walk, and a pop out to left. That was his first 3. The 1-0 misses outside again, 2-0. They pick back at Hegeman, and it's nearly in time to get him.
So with the early result in Walnut Creek, the Merchants now hold the top spot in the CCL North.
2 to Boardman, misses high and out.
The Crawdads are a half game out, as are the Stompers. So, if the Stompers can hold on to the 6-run lead, they'll go to Alameda, Sunday night lights, last game before the All-Star break. The winner of that one will hold lone possession of first place.
3 to Boardman, inside corner, called a strike, and it'd be the second in 3 days the Stompers playing for first place in the North.
Yeah, but that was here, and
Yeah.
I didn't think that playing at home versus on the road really meant that much, but Dave Hoke especially really doesn't like playing in Alameda. He doesn't like how the infield rolls for his guys, and there's just not even an iota of energy in that ballpark at any point.
The 3-1 blasted down the right field line by Colton Boardman. It falls foul. It's now a payoff pitch to the Stompers leadoff, and it'd be a big one that the Stompers go get. You run, into the mini sunset, the All-Star break, with a nice lead. You get to hold it for a few days and then come back and make a home stretch push through the final couple weeks in hopes of winning the North.
Yeah, Stompers, they've had so many games. They have a couple off days thrown in there down the stretch. A game against the California Tigers as well.
Hegeman goes. It's a called strike 3 on Boardman. Doesn't like the call. Thought it was low and in. So he's set down on a backwards K, but Hegeman advances to second.
Yeah, Boardman displeased with 2 of the calls there.
Now batting, third baseman number 24, Max Hendren.
Brings up Max Hendren. 3 singles on the evening. He's scored twice. That was in the first and third innings. Was left at first base in the second. Hegeman leads off second. Vasquez takes a couple looks, delivers home. First pitch fouled off. Hendren just under that one. Hegeman in the head of Vasquez. He's taken several looks back. The 0-1 nearly hits Hendren inside, now 1-1.
Sonoma can't afford any more hit by pitches today. Definitely not an injury to Hendren. And they're out of third baseman.
And the at-bat of Hegeman marked a full time through the lineup without a Stomper being hit in this ballgame. The 1-1 misses low, 2-1.
You think Menlo Park's done that at all in the 9 games we've faced him?
So it's 2-1 to Hendren. Vasquez looks back, delivers home. It's a hook that drops in for a strike. Now 2-2 the count. To Hendren, yanked into the dirt. Hegeman, a late break and a jog to third, but he'll be in safely. Hendren now 18 hits on the season, slowly creeping up on the heels of McCann Libby with 24 and Colton Boardman with 29. That's still 11 off, but not even close to as many games played. The 3-2 inside ball 4. Hendren works a nice walk. He's been on base 4 times.
That's a professional at bat.
First walk issued by Zach Vasquez puts runners on the corners with 2 outs for McCann Libby. A walk, a flyout, and a strikeout so far tonight. This is his final home game at Arnold Field. Headed to Louisiana Tech on Monday or Tuesday early in the week. Next week he'll play his final game with the Stompers tomorrow. One out to Libby, pulled in the dirt, 2-0.
Ryan Cartwright saved a run. Did a nice slide out to the far batter's box and then came in with the backhand pick. You don't usually see those two go together. There you played off the chest, but you really can't risk anything with that runner at third base.
Yeah, great defensive play there. 2-0 to McCann Libby. Runners on the corners. Swing and a miss outside fastball. Strike 1 to Libby.
Still just the 4th inning.
Nice one. Moving at a very slow pace. It's been 2 hours and we're not quite halfway through. This one grounded to the shortstop, Rabago. He tosses to second for the final out of the inning. A walk and a single don't do any damage for the Stompers. The first inning they haven't scored in. We'll head to the top of the fifth from Arnold Field. Roman Frelli, Kieran Costa here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Jaden Mason begins his first full inning of work. He got 3 outs in the fourth, but he came in 3 batters in the place of Nick Santavani as the first pitch to Austin Rabago is fouled back late on that one.
2 innings where we've seen a team hit around.
Rabago walked and scored on the 3-run home run for Cal Zamantis. He stands on deck. Grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the second inning. Pops this one up just over our heads, foul. The 0-2 to Rabago sent softly into shallow right field. Shannon lets it bounce in front of him. A leadoff single from Austin Rabago.
Late break for Brady out and right.
And puts a runner on for Cal Zamitis. He walked in the second, was left on first base, hit a 3-run home run last inning. Scored the first 3 runs for the Legends. They've added 2 since. First pitch from Mason nearly hits him inside. It gets away from Sepulveda, and Rabago moves first to second.
If you want to race a Sonoma Stomper, meet me over at the left field foul pole right now.
You're sort of in a situation, it's only the 5th inning. You don't want Menlo Park to get back into this ball game.
And that one hits Zamitis, and he throws the bat aggressively towards the dugout. It hit the netting about 10 feet up the wall. And Nick Sanziri's out to talk to home plate umpire John Pierce. I would hope we're not questioning the intent behind that pitch.
Yeah.
That feels backwards. Jaden Mason's night is done. We'll take a break. 11-5 in favor
I
of...
think Sonoma has a 4 or 5 more hit by pitches of buffer before we see anything happen.
That's Kyle Sayo out on the bump. We'll take a break, but be right back on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Kyle Sayo on the bump for the Stompers. It's his 7th inning, or 7th appearance. It'll be his 12th inning of work if he works through the 5th here for the Stompers. 10 strikeouts, just a 3.27 ERA. And Will Robbins pinch hits for Cole Curtis. First pitch misses on the outside edge. Kyle Sayo, hard-throwing righty from Sacramento. He currently plays his ball at Sacramento Community College. 10 strikeouts, 6 walks, 7 hits given up this CCL season. The 1-0 to Robbins, cut on and missed, high fastball, strike one. Sayo from the stretch, the 1-1, bounce to Handren at third. He throws to second for one, onto first, double play. 5-4-3 around the horn. Stompers get a twin killing and a big one. Austin Rabago moves to third base, now 2 outs for Ryan Cartwright. And a big ground ball induced there, entering the ball game, exactly what the Stompers needed from Kyle Sayo. First pitch to Cartwright, hit hard at Colton Boardman. Fields throws across in time. Kyle Sayo comes in, does exactly what's needed, gets a pair of ground balls and 3 outs. we'll head to the bottom of the 5th here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Paul Azul leads off the bottom of the 5th. He entered for Ben Sebastiani, who entered for Matthias Haas. And the 2 at-bats for Lazul, a single and a walk. He's been on both times, scored both of those times. He's behind 0-1. Hits a slow chopper to Filter at second, who throws to first and gets the out.
There's a couple of things overshadowed in that first inning by the 8 runs and the hit by pitches and all of that. Is Matthias Haas left this game. That's very worrying if you're Sonoma. And Anthony Shepler, I mean, you can't lose any more depth, and that's a guy that's, I mean, worked so hard this summer, has really came on strong the last week and a half, and switched his commitment to San Jose State. The player's health and the player's career is really the first thing you worry about when you see a player lead the game like that.
And thus, we've questioned, no warnings issued. Brady Shannon digs in, the 1-0 pitch to him misses outside, 2-0. And yeah, that's just kind of, the fault of the game is it's a good athlete throwing a, ball towards 2 players, really, and a big wooden stick being swung as well. There's bound to be injuries at times. The 2-0 to Shannon misses inside. 3-0.
If we see a hit by pitch and it turns into a brawl, I do not want Brady Shannon charging the mound if I'm out there.
That could be a catastrophic evening for the pitcher to hit Shannon. 3-0 in for a strike.
6-4. 220 football player. I mean, I don't think the backup quarterbacks do the hitting drills, but I think if we're picking someone to back me up in a scuffle, I want Brady Shannon.
He hits this one high and deep to center field, but Charlie Degler there to make the catch. And you're exactly right, Shannon probably doesn't tackle on the daily, but certainly an able-bodied athlete to put a slam down if he needed it.
Not exactly the frame that you put on special teams either. So I don't think he's running the kickoff plays, but he runs the option a lot.
Yeah.
So, and he doesn't play enough. He's putting down the shoulder. He's fighting for every single yard he gets.
And I don't want the backup quarterback on the special teams, but if I'm a returner and I see Brady Shannon running at me, I'm terrified. I don't care how many pads I have on. First pitch to Trent Keys, misses the zone. He's been hit by a pitch and walked. 1-0 hits him on the foot, and we had gone so long without a hit by pitch in this game, but it's Stompers baseball. Trent Keys just laughing that one off with hitting on deck.
That's now Keys has the walk and strikeout numbers back up over the walk and hit by pitch numbers over the strikeout. 18 hit by pitches, 18 walks, 17 strikeouts.
So 36 free passes on Trent Keys' season. That's just insane. I don't have any other way of putting it. He doubles his strikeouts he more than doubles his strikeouts with free passes. But that's winning baseball. It brings Hitting Hahn to the plate. First pitch misses low. Hahn was hit by a pitch that really caused issues. It caused Paul Wheeler's exit. He also has a pair of singles, one that he tried to stretch into a double but was thrown out by Cole Curtis.
Hahn, a guy that's looking for D1 offers, has a couple. He's making decisions. With Libby leaving, that would be a huge bat to keep in this lineup if Hahn played out the rest of the summer.
The 2-0 to Hahn, called on the outside corner. He doesn't like the call, but it nicks the edge. It's Will Robbins instead of Cole Curtis in right field now.
Yeah, Brady Shannon had 18 rush yards on 4 attempts for the 2024 Penguin football team.
Not a bad stat line in limited play. The 2-1 misses outside to Hahn, 3-1.
Longest rush, though, is 14 yards. He definitely put down a shoulder on that one. No yards after contact stats, though, on the Youngstown website. That would be a fun one to find.
Yeah. I'm sure there's footage of it somewhere. Youngstown State, a Division I program. 3-1 to Hahn. Hit high and deep to right field. Running over is Robbins, and it gets down in front of the wall. Hitting Hahn cruises into second base. The throw just now coming in. It's a 2-out RBI double for Hitting Hahn. He scores Trent Keys and gets the Stompers back on the board in the 5th.
To wrap up our conversation, though, as well, those are D1 football players trying to tackle Brady Shannon. This would be 5'10", 176-pound Zach Vasquez.
And, 18-year-old Zach Vasquez versus that's just a nightmare situation here for the Legends. But Vasquez did not hit Brady Shannon, and thus our digression comes to a close. A great piece there from Hitting Hahn, a ball to the wall in the deepest part of right field there.
Hitting Hahn entered today's game with just 3 hits on the season and no RBIs. He's doubled his hit total to 6 and added 2 in the RBI column.
Yeah, great night for Hitting Hahn. The 0-1 outside to Esteban Sepulveda, now the count 1-1. And Hahn, a guy that was going to have a shorter season with the Stompers, going to head home to South Korea, see his family before picking up school in the fall, but he's getting some offers, playing some more ball. Sepulveda cuts on and misses another hook from Vasquez. He's behind 1-2. And Hahn in talks with some premier programs. Alabama State, Incarnate Word down in Texas, Texas Tech, Abilene Christian in the Texas area, a couple of West Texas programs with good baseball. The 1-2 misses outside to Esteban Sepulveda, now 2-2. And it's not baseball, but Texas Tech softball this last season in the title game after a brand new head coach, a lot of transfer portal movement there, had a great run, but ultimately they fall to the Longhorns in what used to be an incredible rivalry, now just limited appearances there. Sepulveda chops this one to third. It's fielded. The throw across in time to get Sepulveda, so the 5-3 ends the inning. And we'll head to the 6th. The Stompers get one back on a 2-out double from Hideon Hahn. We'll head to the top of the 6th on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Kyle Seo takes the mound for his second inning of work. He came in for Jaden Mason in the 5th and got a pair of ground balls. It was a 5-4-3 double play, and then a 6-3 ground out by Ryan Cartwright. That ended the threat by the Legends. They trailed the Stompers 12-5 through 5 innings. First pitch fouled back into the glove of Sepulveda, and Carter Bleeker has entered the game for Deuce Filter. The 0-1 misses outside. Bleeker, just a 105 average. That's 4 hits in 38 at-bats, 14 games played for the Legends. He's walked 5 times, driven in 1, but 16 Ks on the summer. And Sepulveda calls time to chat with Kyle Seo. Sepulveda back in the squad after the mound visit. It's 1-1 to Carter Bleeker. The 1-1 to Bleeker. Foul tipped into the glove again. A nice squeeze from Sepulveda. 1-2. Bleeker, CSM product. It's the College of San Mateo, originally from Minden, Nevada. The righty 182 pounds, 6 foot, just finished his freshman season. 1-2 from Seo, fouled down the right field line. And Bleeker, against the Stompers this season, played in both the June 15th and June 21st games. He was hitless in both of those. Did not get a hit, but scored twice on the June 29th contest, and then that was the last the Stompers have seen of him. The 1-2 from Seo, cut on a miss, strike 3. Nice pitch on the inside edge, sets down Bleeker to begin the inning. And it sends the lineup to the top. Quincy Villa, a strikeout, a walk, a single, and a couple stolen bags on the evening. He scored in the 4th. He digs in from the right side. First pitch to Villa, hit hard down the left field line. It gets past Handren, and it's extra bases for Quincy Villa. He'll cruise into second standing up, his 3rd double of the season. That one comes with 1 out in the 6th. And what we didn't see from Jaden Mason, Stompers hoped to see from Kyle Seo. That's managing Quincy Villa on the bags. Got to take a look or 2 or 3 with 30 stolen bags on the ledger for Quincy Villa as he stands on second base. It's Charlie Degler, the batter, a single, a walk, and a ground out. First pitch, bunt showed but not put down. It misses in the dirt. This is the first lefty Kyle Seo set to face in the lineup. 1-0 misses, now 2-0. Degler an open and wide stance in the left-handed batter's box. Seo from the stretch, set at the shoulders. Takes a look back at Villa dancing off the bag. The pitch behind Degler here. Doesn't hit him, but Villa moves just 90 feet away. Looked like Degler and Seo exchanged a word or 2 there. And then Degler a word or 2 for John Pierce behind the dish.
Now, what's he going to say? That one almost hit me, and my guys only hit their guy 7 times. Yeah. Get back in the box, Charlie.
The 3-0 to Degler. Misses high, ball 4. And, I mean, nothing but the truth from Kieran Costa.
Well, I don't have any issues with no warnings. I understand that you can never issue a warning without there being intent, and that's always going to be the case, and that's the case in the MLB. I mean, obviously, in MLB, there's not 7 hit by pitches every 10 hitters, and you'd have to assume at some point it's on purpose, but if you're a Menlo Park hitter, there's no way you can try and argue that your team's getting thrown at right now.
Mitchell Birdsall digs in. Degler takes off, but this one high and deep to left. It's gone. A pair of 3-run home runs for the Legends have pulled them within a slam of the Stompers. That one a no-doubter off the bat of Mitchell Birdsall.
376.
And 101 off the barrel. One of the hardest hit balls we've seen all season long. That's a big one for the Legends. Brings up Will Anderson. Call time before Seo set to deliver a pitch. Anderson, a pair of walks and a fly out in the ball game. First pitch from Seo. Fastball lands on the outside corner. One to Anderson in what's become a silent Stomper crowd. And they wake up for the ball called by John Pierce behind the plate. They thought it was a strike. Missed off the outside edge. Thanks for joining us on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffelli, Kieran Costa taking you through tonight's matchup between the Legends and the Stompers. The pitch from Seo misses outside, 2-1. Stompers head to Alameda tomorrow to take on the Merchants at for first place in the North, and that'll be on the road here. On the road, you can catch the radio call here on the YouTube. That pitch misses outside again, 3-1.
Games for first place, the Stompers can win today, which no longer looks like a sure thing.
And the Legends inching their way back in. It was a 5-run fourth inning, and 3 runs already across with just 1 out here in the 6th. 3-1 from Seo, cut on and missed by Anderson. Now a payoff pitch looming. Seo gets the sign from Sepulveda. The 3-2 pitch to Anderson. Misses high, ball 4. Kyle Seo walks his second in 3 batters. The batter between them hit the 3-run home run. That was Mitchell Birdsall, and a great piece there. Found his pitch in the zone, put a confident swing on it, found a barrel, and sent it well into the trees in left. McCann Libby didn't even give chase. Austin Rabago digs in. A single, a walk, and a 6-4-3 double play on the evening. Anderson leads off first. The pitch inside to Rabago. Rabago entered the ball game a .298 average, down in the 5 spot. 11 strikeouts, 17 hits, 16 RBI. The 1-0 hit hard up the middle. Hideon Hahn makes a sliding catch to second for 1, on to first, double play! The Stompers give up 3 in the inning, but a nifty 4-6-3 gets Kyle Seo out of the jam. The Stompers, looking for some insurance, will head to the bottom of the 6th in Sonoma. Caleb Henderson, the 5th arm for the Legends against the Stompers tonight. He's made 5 appearances so far this summer, a 7.1 ERA. That's 6 1/3 pitched, 1 strikeout, 8 walks, and 4 hits. First pitch misses to Cam Hegeman outside.
Center fielder number 19, Cam Hageman.
Second pitch to Hegeman misses low, 2-0. Hegeman, a single, a pop out, and a fielder's choice. That went 1-2 in the first. He scored after that one. Also a stolen bag on the evening. 2-0 inside, 3-0 from Henderson. That one in for a strike. (3-1) from Henderson. Hit right back up the middle. Filter gets to it, but in time to get Cam Hegeman. Speedy Cam Hegeman there. Nice play there. And I believe that's Carter Bleeker now playing second base, not Deuce Filter. So Bleeker gets the 4-3 put out of Hegeman to start the inning. It rolls the order over to the top and Colton Boardman. First pitch to Boardman, cut on and missed, but tipped into the glove of Cartwright. 0-1. 0-1 fouled back again. 0-2 to Colton Boardman. A hit by pitch and a walk. Those were his first 2 at-bats, but a pop-out and a strikeout since. Now behind 0-2 to Henderson. Pitch misses inside. The 1-2 fouled off the foot of Boardman.
The Stompers can't afford any more injuries. Matthias Haas, we're getting to the point where I'd be surprised if he returns the rest of the season. He came out of the game holding his hand. He knows he has a big final year coming up at Tulane. He's been just trying to get healthy for the first 2 months after the college season ended. I don't think he's looking to push it.
And Stompers tried to bring in a ringer. It might not pan out with Matthias Haas. The 1-2 to Boardman, fouled back again. A nice battle here from the Stomper leadoff. One-two again. A hook shot into center field. A one-out single for Colton Boardman. And that's his 30th hit of the CCL campaign. Brings to the plate Max Handren. 3 hits himself this ballgame. Those his 16th, 17th, and 18th of the season. He also walked in the 4th. He's scored twice.
A 9-game hitting streak now for Max.
First pitch fouled back. Stompers aggressive, swinging early in the count against Caleb Henderson.
Ryan Sayo up in the bullpen for Sonoma. Now you're thinking 9 outs to get, and you have arguably your 3 best relievers out there ready to throw. And Ryan Sayo has struggled a little bit lately, and then you always have Luke Duncan and Braden Gentz. Maybe you don't want to use him today, but you definitely could.
Boardman leads off first. He goes on the pitch. It's popped up into left field. Boardman finds it, slowly trails back, but it lands in front of Quincy Villa. And a nice little unintentional kind of hit and run there. Rabago was towards second base. It landed about 5 feet past where he would have been at shortstop. So it turns into a single for Handren. That's his 4th of the evening. He's been aboard all 5 times he's come up to bat. Now first and second for McCann Libby. Libby a walk, a flyout, a strikeout, and a fielder's choice this evening. 24 hits on the year, looking for one tonight. First pitch, hook, misses high.
It'd be a cross-up with the catcher Cartwright. Seemed shocked to see that curveball come in there and immediately goes out to talk to his pitcher. And that's a good one where if you're a catcher, you'd rather get a curveball when you're expecting a fastball than get a fastball when you're expecting a curveball.
Yeah, he was able to grab that one, but, I mean, it missed high and not what you really want. 1-0, Boardman takes off. It gets out of the glove of Cartwright, and Boardman just taken off from the jump. That goes down as a stolen base.
Yeah, that's his 15th, still the team leader. Handren didn't get a great jump watching Boardman. He holds at first, but now you have runners in the corners. Hitters count. You wonder if Max tries to take second base.
And it's 2-0 to Libby. Henderson takes a couple looks to first, delivers high, 3-0.
I think there's some stretching going on down the left field line, but no arm up as of now for Menlo Park.
The 3-0 get me over is in, now 3-1 from Henderson. One fouled back by Libby, now a full count.
Stompers need to at least get Boardman home from third, if not a lot more insurance this inning.
Handren goes, the payoff pitch to Libby misses high, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the cleanup in Paul Lazul.
Yeah, Lazul's been great in these situations where you need to just get the run home. The Stompers added to their league-leading 15 sack fly total with Brady Shannon's 3rd inning sack fly. Lazul needs to try and do that exact same thing here.
Lazul, 15 hits, 6 of them for extra bases. That's 2 home runs and 4 doubles this season. Also 15 walks and 13 RBI. First pitch misses outside. Bases full of Stompers, 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. The pitch to Paul Lazul, hit high and foul down the left field line into the Flybird Margarita Lounge. One to Lazul, fouled off again. Just behind the pitch from Henderson. Got a battle with 2 strikes here with the bases loaded. The 1-2 misses high and into Lazul, now 2-2.
Great take from Lazul on a big 1-2 breaking ball.
2-2 the count. Boardman off third, Handren off second, Libby off first. The pitch fouled back again down the third base line, just over the Legends dugout.
If Lazul can sit on that fastball and get going just a tiny bit earlier, if he finds a gap, it will really lower the heart rate of the Sonoma crowd and, more importantly, Zach Pace.
Yeah. 2-2 to Lazul. Hit hard through the right side. It gets into right field. Boardman in to score. Handren waved by Dave Hoke. The throw not going to get him at the plate. 2 more score on a one-out single from Paul Lazul. It's 14-8 in favor of the Stompers.
Stompers make it a football score for who else but Brady Shannon.
The aforementioned 6'4", 220 quarterback for the Youngstown State Penguins. He digs in here with McCann Libby at second base, Paul Lazul at first base. He's got a single, a strikeout, a sac fly, and a flyout. 8 extra base hits on the year. First pitch misses out from Henderson.
And now could you go Ryan Sayo for 2 to Luke Duncan, Ryan Sayo for 1 to Luke Duncan for 2. The options expand now in a little comfortable lead.
And Brady Shannon fouls that one off. Now 1-1 the count. Libby dances off second. The 1-1 to Shannon. Hit high and deep to left. Going back is Degler at the wall. It's gone! A 3-run shot from Brady Shannon extends the Stomper lead 17-8 in the bottom of the 6th. That one 386 off the bat and 96 the exit velo. It's a 3 spot for the Stompers after the 2 RBI single from Paul Lazul and a big one there from Brady Shannon.
Yeah, it turns into a 6 RBI day for Brady Shannon, and the Stompers just pouring it on. Brady Shannon tacks on a field goal to the Stomps lead.
That's clever out of you there. Not the place kicker, but I mean, what can't he do? Mound visit here for the Legends. It's Trent Keys, Hideon Hahn due up. A pair of lefties, the righty Henderson on the bump.
The CCL home run leader has 5, and those are both in the CCL South. So now Brady Shannon, with his 4th home run, has drawn level with Nick Sebastiani. The 2 Stompers sit atop the CCL North home run leaderboard. That ball was crushed.
And we talk a lot about the Stompers playing small ball. They work their free passes, keep it on the infield a lot of times, but I mean, a couple guys towards the top there able to do it with the long ball as well. It's 1-0 to Trent Keys. This one hit high down the third base line. Zamaitis lets it land in fair territory, and it should be a fair ball, but I guess not.
No, the ball bounced in fair territory, but kicked foul before it passed the third base bag. The only stat that matters is where the ball crosses the third base bag, and it didn't make it past third base.
So it was nearly a single for Trent Keys on what could have been a routine pop out. Zamaitis unable to get under it, and a second life for Trent Keys. The 1-1 misses low and in, 2-1. Thanks for joining us on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Roman Raffelli, Kieran Costa. The Stompers with a 17-8 lead, the bottom of the 6th. The 2-1 to Trent Keys, cut on and missed. High fastball, couldn't catch up to it, 2-2. Two to Keys. Sent into left field. A nice single in front of Quincy Villa for Trent Keys. His first hit of the ball game, but he's been aboard all 4 times he's come up to bat. Brings up Gideon Hahn, another lefty to face Henderson. Hahn, a pair of singles, a double, and a hit by pitch.
It's turned into a very nice day for Keys. 2 hit by pitches, a walk, and now a single.
That's a very Trent Keys-esque day. First pitch to Gideon Hahn misses inside.
That on-base percentage had dipped under 500. It was 478 entering today. He thought he had a day off. He comes off the bench cold and turns it into reaching base 4 out of 4 times.
Second pitch to Hahn, catches the inside corner for a strike, and that's just a great example of being ready to play no matter what you might have been told before the ball game. He's off the bench in place of Anthony Scheffler, who was hit by a pitch and left after that, and finds himself on base 4 times. A productive night. Third pitch to Hahn, fouled back.
And speaking of on base 4 times, look no further than Gideon Hahn.
The bottom of the order, we talked about it in the pregame show. The bottom of the order needed to be productive. I believe the number we said was get on base 5 times. They've done more than that. I mean, Gideon Hahn practically does it himself. The 1-2 outside. It's the bottom 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times on base. That's 3 more than we mentioned in the pregame show, and it reflects on the scoreboard, 17-8 in favor of the Stompers. The 2-2 to Hahn in the dirt. Now a payoff pitch with 1 out. A 3-2 misses outside. It's a ball 4 to Gideon Hahn, and now the 9th Stomper to bat in the inning. It's Esteban Sepulveda.
And Hahn on base 5 times today.
Extends that bottom of the order magic number to 9.
Caleb Henderson's on an island a little bit. Out on the hill, nobody up and loosening for Menlo Park.
So unless the arms already come into the dugout, it's his inning to finish off. First and second, 1 out for Esteban Sepulveda. Hits the first pitch he sees to the left side. The throw to second for 1, on to first. Not in time to get Sepulveda, so runners move into first and third, but the second out made by the defense. It's a fielder's choice. It goes 5-4. Keys moves to third and Sepulveda to first. Now Cam Hegman gets his second look at Henderson. He grounded out to lead off the inning. First pitch hits him on the elbow. Bases loaded for Colton Boardman. It's the first hit by pitch issued by Caleb Henderson, but the 7th by Legends pitching, and as we mentioned, we don't believe there's any malicious intent there, just a frequent occurrence between these two teams. And really with every team, with the Stompers, it's, what is that, 94 on the year?
Yeah, I jokingly mentioned it, that the Stompers have to get to that 100 mark. They've up to 95. They started at 88. They're up to 95. I mean, the way this one's going, they could pick it up tonight.
I mean, got a whole 2 weeks after the All-Star break. 1-1, catches the inside corner. A nice hook there from Henderson to Boardman, now 1-2. Boardman singled in the inning when he saw Henderson, came around to score. It was on the Paul Azul single. The 1-2, a hook misses high and out.
And there's now an arm loosening. It's Will Anderson, the first baseman who gave up the 3-run home run to Nick Sebastiani a couple Sundays ago.
2-2 to Boardman. Doesn't go around. He checks the swing. They'll appeal to Dean Poteet, who rings him up. Boardman speechless at home plate, and that ends the inning. The Stompers leave him loaded after Dean Poteet rings up Colton Boardman on a check swing from behind second base. We'll head to the final 3 innings of the ball game. Kieran Costa takes over on play-by-play. It's Sonoma Stompers baseball on Sonoma Stompers Radio Network.
Ryan Sayo comes on to relieve his brother Kyle Sayo in what's now a 17-8 baseball game here in the top of the 7th. I'm Kieran Costa, joined by Roman Raffelli here on what's been a contentious evening of baseball in Sonoma County. First pitch from Ryan Sayo misses low and inside. The older brother of the two is 1-0 with a 4.65 earned run average over his 6 games. He's thrown 9.2 innings and picked up 20 strikeouts. Over 2 Ks an inning for the sidewinding righty pitching for Cal State Fullerton. 1-1 home to Zamitis, misses inside, and the count's 2-1. Cal Zamitis walked, hit a 3-run homer, and has been hit by a pitch. A productive day for Zamitis in just his second Menlo Park appearance of the season. He went 0 for 4 last night. And he's hit by a pitch again. Fires his bat towards the dugout. He'll take first base. Leadoff man aboard. The Stompers looking to pick up a shutdown inning, and they'll have to do it against Will Robbins, who came off the bench to pinch hit for Cole Curtis and bounced into a 5-4-3.
Now Ryan Sayo comes in relief of Kyle Sayo. He went 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned on the home run from Mitchell Birdsall. He walked 2, didn't hit a batter, but struck out 1.
Slider from Sayo runs a little off the corner. Stomper pitching's gone Nick Santavanez to Jaden Mason to Kyle Sayo to now Ryan Sayo. They've walked or hit 10, and they've struck out just 8. Kyle Sayo looking to just salt away this one with 9 more outs to get and an 11-run cushion. Ryan Sayo behind 2-0 against Will Robbins. 0 for 1 for the Princeton Tiger. We've seen him in right field, behind the plate, first base. The Ivy Leaguer takes upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. And there's more stretching and loosening in the Stomper bullpen. Sayo's thrown just 6 pitches. He misses low to Robbins. All 7 pitches that he's thrown have missed. First and second, nobody out for Ryan Cartwright.
Yeah, not the start Ryan Sayo was envisioning. It forces some movement in the Stomper bullpen, and still just a ground ball away here. You got to take from his younger brother Kyle. What he did was came into the ball game in a jam, got a ground ball, and then one to precede that. It was a double play, and the second to just get one to end the inning.
Sayo misses again. 8 consecutive pitches out of the zone to start his outing. And this is a situation where you're leading by 9 runs. Just throw the ball in the zone. What's the worst case? The worst case has already happened a couple times. It's a 3-run home run. You'd still be leading by 6.
A little pep talk from Colton Boardman behind the mound. Good to see his leadership there.
Boardman runs around the second base umpire, Dean Poteet, who rung him up on a questionable check swing to end the inning.
And probably some awkward error between second and third.
1-0. In there for a called strike, 1-1, and Boardman, a guy who puts his head down, he plays the game so hard, and anyone will tell you on this ball club, the person that's the hardest on Colton Boardman is Colton Boardman. He holds himself to such a high standard, and that's the first time we've really seen that much emotion from Colton, as that one misses 2-1, because that's a situation where he feels like he's done everything in his power to keep that at bat going, and I mean, check swings to a point. Yes, they're objective, or they're subjective, but that one was objectively not a swing. 2-1 from Sayo. Low, 3-1 is what I thought, but John Pierce thought it was at the knees for a called strike, too.
That's a nice slider from Sayo there. It finds the lower edge of the zone, now battling in a 2-2 count.
2-2 pitch from Sayo. An appeal to first base, no swing. And that one looked eerily similar, if not further, than the amount that Colton Boardman went around. But Eric Gurney has a different opinion than Dean Poteet. I wonder what Dean would have said if the hitter was a lefty. But nothing you can do now but come in the zone on the payoff. First and second, nobody out. Ryan Sayo delivers to Ryan Cartwright, and it's popped up foul and out of play. The battle between the two Ryans will now see a 7th pitch. Sayo ready to deliver to Cartwright. Staring into Esteban Sepulveda. They finally agree on the sign. Sayo takes a look at second, delivers to the plate, and misses inside for ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out. And that brings up Carter Bleeker for his second chance. Out to the mound comes Mike Nunez, as does Esteban Sepulveda. And Colton Boardman's going to have a conversation with Dean Poteet, who's going to turn and talk to the Stomper shortstop.
Yeah, I think for Stomper fans, good to see that one was a short conversation. Don't need anything dramatic to happen out behind the mound.
And Colton's played such stand-up ball this year. He's really one of the favorites of the Stomper players and coaches, but that's a situation where he's heads up enough. He knows he can't get thrown out of this ball game.
An important piece of the defense, important piece of the leadership, just the guy at the top of the lineup who can right the ship.
So the mound visit is over, and Ryan Sayo's ready to come home to Carter Bleeker, and he misses inside 1-0. Carter is 4 for 39 this season. 1 double, 1 RBI, and 17 strikeouts. You have to come in the zone if you're Ryan Sayo against a struggling Bleeker. Inside, 2-0. And this is what we've seen consistently from Sayo today. There's one problem, and it's the arm side miss coming from the righty.
Sayo drops the arm into a near submarine, definitely a low side arm, and is just not quite finishing through the ball here. Missing a lot on the inside, and that's not the miss of the ball game.
2-0 coming. Bleeker takes inside, 3 balls and no strikes. One more wide one forces in a run for Menlo Park. No place to put the 9-hitter Carter Bleeker. And then trouble at the top of the lineup in Quincy Villa. Sayo has to come in the zone on 3-0. Instead, he misses inside ball 4. Hit by pitch and then 3 consecutive walks have made this a 17-9 ball game. The bases are still loaded with nobody out, and Carter Bleeker earns his 2nd RBI. And now his 15th game played.
And it rolls the order over to the top. You never want to give the guy in the 9 spot a free pass. It's exactly what happens there, and a dangerous bat at the top.
First one's in there to Villa, finds the inside corner. And still, even that pitch barely finds the edge. I understand that you're trying to pitch inside, and that's not an easy thing to do righty-righty as a submariner. But I think you'd rather let them put the ball in play. You're in a position where you'll trade runs for outs for a while now. That one's in there, 0-2. Villa's taken a couple fastballs or sliders that have come back and found the inside quarter. No balls and 2 strikes. Sayo in the driver's seat for the first time tonight. His 0-2 pitch way outside to the screen. It kicks back to Sepulveda and over his head. Back to Ryan Sayo. That's why you work on your PFP. Sayo, quick off the mound, was coming towards home plate to see if there would be a play. It hit off the backstop over Esteban Sepulveda and to Ryan Sayo. And Zach Pace, ever the nifty soccer player. You see him every time a ball comes to him, he lays it right into his hand. I mean, those are the reflexes that come with being a platinum glove center fielder in his day. 1-2 pitch now from Sayo to Villa. Ryan shakes off the first time sign that Sepulveda puts down. His second one hits Quincy Villa. And now the hit by pitch numbers are climbing on the other side, and to a scary extent, the run numbers continue to climb for Menlo Park. It's 2 hit by pitches, 5 walks, and a visit for Zach Pace to try and calm down Sayo, but we're getting towards a too little too late situation, and he's gonna take the baseball without conversation, and Connor Pulowski is going to enter the ball game to pitch. The Stomper backstop takes the hill in a 7-run ball game. This should be fun. Bases loaded, nobody out when we come back on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. it will be Connor Pulowski, who's only played catcher this year for the Stompers, making his first pitching appearance since 2021. That was for Pioneer High School in San Jose. He's played at 3 different colleges as a catcher only since that point, and he comes into a bases-loaded, nobody-out situation. And Dean Poteet is talking to somebody in the Flybird Margarita Lounge. He'll regain his post down at third base. Bases loaded, nobody out. 17-10, the Stompers lead by a touchdown. Bases loaded, nobody out, top of the 7th. In his senior season at Pioneer, he had 3 appearances for 8 innings pitched and 4 earned runs. He comes home, and it's bounced up the middle. Hahn goes to second for 1. The relay to first. It hits the runner. Oh, my goodness. A comedy of errors on that play, but an out is recorded and a run comes in to score. It's 4-6 on the fielder's choice. Scoring is Ryan Cartwright. Out is Quincy Villa. That's a great guy to have out of the bases, and that one was 80 miles an hour from Connor Pulowski. And now we'll see how he can hold these runners on. That was almost a tailor-made double play.
Yeah, Hahn struggled with it, hit hard right at him, but struggled a bit to get the ball out of the glove. They get the 1 out, which is big. You'll trade outs for runs up 6, but you need another one here.
That brings up Mitchell Birdsall, 3-run home run last time out. But pitch from Pulowski. In there, called strike 1 at 80 miles an hour. This, more importantly, I think, burns the last bat on the Stomper bench. So if Esteban Sepulveda gets injured, Roman, that might be your time to grab the catch in gear. I actually don't think they have another option. That pitch is a broken bat chopper to a vacated right side with the runner going, and it goes as a single on a broken bat. Little flare towards first base. The second baseman, Hahn, had to go cover on the steal. Run scores. RBI Mitchell Birdsall his 4th. And it's a 17-12 ball game. That's just wildly unlucky. Got 2 very weak contact at bats off of Connor Pulowski.
He's coming in and doing the job. Just an unfortunate piece there. I mean, credit Mitchell Birdsall, not necessarily where he probably wanted that ball to end up, but he put it in a spot that couldn't be played by the defense. He scores a run.
And that one is a called strike, 0-1. 84 miles an hour from Pulowski.
I mean, I think you could always catch Luke Duncan, right?
Oh, you can catch Luke Duncan. That's maybe why Luke Duncan didn't come into this game. Pulowski delivers inside. So let's make sure. Lazul, Keys, Pulowski, and Ben Sebastiani were the 4 listed on the bench. They're out of the game. Ryan Sayo, Kyle Sayo, Jaden Mason, Luke Duncan, and Braden Gens were the 5 pitchers listed. Both Sayos and Mason are burned. All 4 position players are burned, and Zach Pace is digging deep into his bag to try and find anybody. Runner goes. Sepulveda's throw to second is high, and a run comes in to score on a double steal. It's 17-13. Back within a slam come the Menlo Park Legends. And the pitch, I think, was called a strike by home plate umpire John Pierce. It was. The count's 1-2.
Yeah, and I don't love the throw there from Sepulveda. I think you could maybe run a cut play with Colton Boardman, try to fake Degler into a steal, but I don't know that you trade those 90s.
Pulowski comes home, misses outside. Tried some junk, and it missed badly. I think Connor should maybe stick with the heater. Change up at 73, drifted way high and outside. These Stomper home games this season, never in need of drama. The pitch from Pulowski. Caught on and missed. Strikeout for Connor. Someone tossed that baseball back to the dugout. The first K of the season for Pulowski.
Now batting.
And he had 3 in his senior campaign, 8 innings pitched, struck out 3, and what was not a bad effort, a 3.5 ERA. That was 2020, 2021.
That brings up Austin Rabago, left-handed hitter. First pitch is bounced to the shortstop Boardman. Fields, jump throw to first. Vazul, swipe tag, and they got him. Eric Gurney punches out Austin Rabago, and Connor Pulowski, I mean, it wasn't always pretty, but the inning is over. The Stompers and the Merchants trade 5 spots in the bottom of the 6th and the top of the 7th. It's time to stretch, and anybody still left at Arnold Field 3.5 hours after first pitch. You have to sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in a 17-13 ball game. Max Handren will hit against the new pitcher. That's Will Anderson.
24, Max Hendrick.
Anderson gets Handren to swing and miss on a slider. Will has 4 games in 3 innings pitched. He's allowed 5 earned runs. 2 of those earned runs came against Sonoma. He gave up a 2-run home run to Nick Sebastiani in just 1/3 of an inning. That was a couple Sundays ago here on another game that had one like this. Handren pulls that over the leap of the second baseman, Carter Bleeker. Count him up on one hand. That's a 5-hit day for Max Handren.
Now batting, left fielder number 49, the Can Libby.
Bottom of the 7th. The score stands 17-13. And McCann Libby takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Anderson wasn't really a two-way guy at Ohlone College, but has thrown some mop-up innings for Nick Sanziri so far this year. His outing starts with a pulled single by Handren. Anderson comes down 3/4 and blows it by McCann Libby.
An interesting position to kind of put a mop-up pitcher in. I mean, you're well within this ball game. It's a 4-run game. It's been messy, but You think they'd go to a more serious arm?
1-1 from Anderson outside. The lefty almost looks like he's going to first base with his move and then pulls his kicked foot all the way back over towards the middle of the mound. And the term is kicks and deals. He really does kick that foot out and then bring it down. If you watch him, he drops it and now he throws, and it's way high to Libby. 3-1. And maybe Nick Sanzeri is just out of pitching today, but this is a one-swing ball game. It's 17-13. His offense has kept the pitching within a slam, but who knows? 3-1. Libby swings and misses, chased 73 off the corner. So just to recap, Sonoma scored 8 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fifth, and 5 in the sixth. Menlo Park had 5 spots in the fourth and seventh. They also had a 3 spot in the sixth. And so that's where we stand in this ball game. Bottom of the 7th inning, runner at first with nobody out. Payoff on the way from Anderson to Libby. Outside, ball 4. Libby has now drawn a 3rd walk on the evening, and it's Paul Lazul's turn.
Now batting, number 45, Paul Lazul.
Lazul a lefty against Anderson a lefty, and the pitcher misses away. It's 1-0. This is not a good day for Sonoma's team ERA, which led the CCL entering play today. The pitch to Lazul, he chases. It's 1-1. And now 12 of the 13 runs have been earned. So the defense, which has been a talking point for 2 weeks now, really shored up the past couple days. So 30 combined runs between the two, 3 home runs, one of them to the man on deck, Brady Shannon. Lazul takes called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Oh, very long Saturday night affair between Menlo Park and Sonoma, far from over. 1-2, Lazul takes low, 2-2. And nobody on the Stomper team wants to play a Sunday night game, but I don't really think they want to get back at it tomorrow at 1 either. So it's a 6 o'clock first pitch from the College of Alameda. That's tomorrow right here on the Stompers YouTube channel. 2-2, Lazul bends out of the way of an off-speed pitch at 64 miles an hour.
Now that's the one you want to hit you if you're going to have to take one.
I think you maybe put that arm guard out in front of that baseball and load him up for Brady.
Not Paulie 2 bags. He wants a hit.
He wants a double. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Anderson to Lazul. Outside corner called strike 3. Strikeout for Anderson.
Fielder number 37, Brady Shannon.
That's Anderson's 4th strikeout in now his 4th inning. 9 Ks per 9 for the lefty, who Shannon fouls it right back to the screen. And Brady kills straight pitches under 85 miles an hour. This could be a dream matchup for the powerful righty out of Youngstown, Ohio. After playing baseball at UCF down in Florida, he returned home to play at Youngstown State this last season. 0-1 on the way to Shannon. Takes low outside. And the count's even at a ball and a strike. The Stompers entered play today, tied with the Alameda Merchants, 1/2 game behind the Walnut Creek Crawdads. Alameda beat Walnut Creek to jump into the first position. Sonoma trying to keep pace. The pitch is fouled way out of play, and the count's 1-2. First and second, 1 out. Shannon behind Anderson. The 1-2 offer from the lefty will come as he stares into Cartwright for the sign. The pitch. Shannon takes low outside, 2-2. Luke Duncan up and throwing for the Stompers, so we might be on our way for finally a couple quicker innings. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on. The pitch to Shannon is bounced very weakly towards the shortstop Rabaga, who flips to second, and that's the only out they'll get. So Brady reaches on a 6-4 fielder's choice. Moving to third base is Handren. And with 2 outs, it brings Trent Keys to the plate. He's been aboard 4 different times. A hit by pitch, a walk, another hit by pitch, and then a single for Trent, looking to tack on an RBI. Hitting room on the right side, the first baseman Birdsall holds Shannon. Anderson comes home. The lefty Keys late on 78, 0-1.
Scoring the run for the Stompers here would be big. You get out of the Grand Slam lead and just tack on a couple more insurance runs.
0-1 to Keys inside. Almost hit him. 1-1. I mean, Luke Duncan for 2 innings maybe at this point if he could have an efficient 8th. 1-1 pitch to Keys. High. 2-1. 65 miles an hour. Brady Shannon's off first base, and Max Handren's off third base. Two-one. Keys bounces it off the glove of the pitcher Anderson. Goes back, picks it up, throws to first in time, says Eric Gurney, and the side is retired. But putout goes 1-3. The Stompers get a hit, leave a pair, but do not score. We roll to inning number 8. Sonoma on top of Menlo Park 17-13. You're watching Stompers Baseball on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. Luke Duncan will come out of the bullpen to pitch for Zach Pace. Back to a normal reliever. Well, one catcher relieves another. This one, Luke Duncan, throws it about 17 miles per hour harder. The fastball touches 96. Duncan's yet to give up an earned run in 7 innings of work. First pitch fastball, 92, top of the zone. Calzamitis gets a piece and fouls it off. A very productive day for the third baseman in just his second CCL game. A walk, 2 hit by pitches, and a 3-run home run. The Legends are within a grand slam of tying up this baseball game. Luke Duncan's tasked with putting up a 0, and he fires it in there for a called strike. The Stompers have scored in 5 of their 7 innings. Menlo Park, 3 of their 7 innings. So, 0 is not easy to come by for either pitching staff today. Duncan ready to deliver an 0-2 to Zamitis, and it's high through Esteban Sepulveda at 95 miles an hour from Duncan, who, like many Los Medanos players on this ball club, is heading to San Joaquin Delta College. He'll join Trent Keys and Devin Laginto there in the fall. Duncan stares in to get his sign. We've only seen the fastball so far in the first 3 pitches. We'll see if he goes to the off-speed. And he does, and he gets him. Devastating slider. Cal Zamitis gives a half-hearted wave of the bat, and he's gone a swinging first strikeout for Duncan. And that's now the 10th for Sonoma pitching.
And a great pitch there. Starts the slider middle, maybe slightly out, and just works its way off the plate. Not touchable with the bat, and really tough to lay off of.
I mean, Stompers are running out of catchers. You see me calling that at bat perfectly right there? I don't know. Put me out there. Back to the slider, and it misses low. I mean, Lucas Townsend caught at Sonoma State just 3 years ago. He can don the Stomper uniform again and get back there.
I don't know that Nick Sanzeri would be
No,
thrilled
I
about that
don't
move.
think he would be. 1-0. Duncan misses with a fastball, 93. Duncan in now 7 1/3 innings has 12 strikeouts and just 3 walks. He's pitched against these Legends twice. He's gone 3 innings, given up 1 hit, and he's struck out now a third today, and he rears back for 95 and gets a 2-0 fastball in there, 2-1. Duncan stares in to Sepulveda to get the sign and delivers. That one's line down the right field line. Cutting over is Shannon. Rounding is Robbins, and he's into second base with a double. That's no problem for Duncan. He's given up a hit in now 5 of the 6 games, but as we've mentioned, that runner has yet to come around to score.
And a good job there from Will Robbins. The velo coming in is, able to go out as well. He takes a nice piece the other way. That's what you have to do on a powerful fastball like Duncan's. He sends it down the right field line and finds extra bases.
Catcher number 19, Ryan Cartwright.
Ryan Cartwright, the catcher, who's had a very long day behind the plate up until this point now, digs in from the right side. He struck out twice, grounded out, and walked. Duncan comes home low and inside. That's 95 miles an hour. The runner at second, that's Will Robbins. The man in the batter's box is Ryan Cartwright, and he hits a high chopper foul down the third baseline where Max Handren is still stationed. Connor Pulowski is coming to the game to play left field. And that's, as we talked about during the off-air break, Roman, that's in case Esteban Sepulveda gets injured. There's a catcher on the field that could come in behind the plate.
Yeah, with Duncan on the mound, officially no more pitchers besides Sepulveda and Pulowski able to be used. A smart heads-up precautionary play from Zach Pace.
1-1 pitch coming from Duncan. Swing and a miss. Blew the fastball by him at 94 miles an hour. Cartwright's been a strikeout victim twice already. Luke Duncan trying to make it a hat trick for the catcher. There's 4 catchers on the field right now. Duncan, Sepulveda, Cartwright, and Pulowski. Duncan's 1-2. Slider that misses just off the corner, 2-2. I think we talked to Harun Pelge about attacking the Menlo Park hitters, and he sort of had the Sean McBroom. I'm going to just throw it down the middle and then wait for them to adjust. And I understand they had 13 runs, but they haven't seen anything close to 95. 2-2 pitch on the way from Luke Duncan. That one's 94 and in and out of the glove of Sepulveda, and Will Robbins, a mental mistake, holds at second base. That one bounced all the way to the screen up the first base line, and Esteban Sepulveda wasn't exactly hustling to go get it either. Will Robbins went halfway and sort of walked back to the base while the ball was still sitting at the backstop.
I think he conceded third base to Robbins, but if he's not going to take it there, I'm not going to give it to him.
Now it's time for a payoff from Luke Duncan to Ryan Cartwright. Struck him out swinging. 94 miles an hour, high and tight. Cartwright swung right through it. A second strikeout for Duncan, his 13th on the year. And Carter Bleeker, who struck out and walked, comes up. Bleeker walked against Ryan Sayo.
Yeah, what Duncan does so well is that he has great command over his stuff, but he can strike you out on a slider that moves a ton moving out, but he can also challenge you high fastball in that you have to swing at, but are really tough to catch up to.
Pitch from Duncan. First pitch, slider inside corner, called strike. Crafty call from Sepulveda, and it's 0-1. Okay, I couldn't have called. I wouldn't have called that pitch. I think it's safer for me to be up here in the booth. I also think every pitch would have gone past me, and I might have broken my hand on 95. 0-1 pitch from Duncan. That's the slider again. Cut on and miss. 0-2. I definitely wouldn't have called it back-to-back times. And now, Luke Duncan has Carter Bleeker right where he wants him. He's seen back-to-back sliders in the zone. Is he going to chase the slider away, or is Duncan going to come back with the signature heater? No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. Luke Duncan comes home, and it's a fastball and a challenge fastball at 95. Carter Bleeker, a nice little 2-strike approach, just fouled it straight back to the screen.
Yeah, fastball in on the hands there. That's a tough pitch to get the barrel around to. It's tight on you from the righty, and it's 95 miles an hour. You're not going to get the barrel around. Just have to play defense there because Sepulveda, crafty behind the plate, could likely frame that one just off the edge.
0-2 from Duncan. Back to the slider. Struck him out looking on a slider over the inside edge. Luke Duncan strikes out 3 and strands a double at second base. We get to the last of the 8th inning. Sonoma on top 17-13. First pitch of the 9th inning, or the last of the 8th inning, the last chance for the Stompers is a called strike from Will Anderson to Hideon Hahn. Esteban Sepulveda and then Cam Hageman. That one's bounced towards shortstop. Rabago fields and throws in time to get Hahn, who's retired for the first time today. He'd been aboard the 5 chances before that. He's put down 6-3.
Now batting, number 46, Esteban Sepulveda.
I think there's an arm throwing in the bullpen. We can't really see who it is. It has to be Braden Gens. I don't think there's anyone else available.
Now, in a game like this, I feel like Luke Duncan gets the 9th. I mean, they're throwing a position player. You're up 4. It is the 1-2-3 in the Legend lineup, but
Gens also hasn't pitched in 6 days, and he has a 4-day layoff coming up, obviously, over the All-Star week. I think this would be a nice time to get Braden some lower leverage innings.
yeah, this one, I mean, not a bad arm to save for tomorrow against the Merchants. That game, if results hold for first place in the North, and you might need your best closer.
2-0 inside, 3-0 now to Sepulveda. Cam Hageman, and then back to the top of the order if the game continues. Sepulveda takes way high and outside.
Now batting, center fielder number 19.
So Sepulveda walks.
Cam Hageman.
One on and one out. Hageman is 1 for 4. It's 1-0. That's 5 consecutive misses from Will Anderson. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. 1-1. Sepulveda off first base. Reached on an error, hit by a pitch, and then finally walked here in this 8th. 1-1. Anderson comes home. Hageman chases. It's 1-2. Saw 77 floating up above the zone and took a hack. But the ball just too high. Find Hageman. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Anderson delivers, and Hageman takes way outside, 2-2. In the 9th inning of what's still a 4-run game, it'll be Quincy Villa, Charlie Degler, and Mitchell Birdsall. Those have combined for 5 hits. That one misses, 3-2. Payoff on the way from Anderson to Hageman. Runner goes, the pitch is outside, ball 4.
Now batting, shortstop number 3, Colton Bullpen.
Back-to-back walks, and it's back to the top in Colton Boardman, who pulls it foul down the first baseline. Bordy hit by a pitch, a walk, a couple strikeouts, a single. They also popped out to the shortstop. Max Handren will go for a 6-hit day if the inning continues, and Boardman's fooled on a curve at 64. I think Colton's had quite enough of this ball game already. A frustrating day at the plate by no fault of his own. A really tough check swing call went against him last time up. The pitch to Boardman is low. pitch to Boardman. Way high, 2-2. The Stompers and the Merchants do battle tomorrow at 6 o'clock. That means a 5:55 pregame show and audio-only broadcast here on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network from the East Bay tomorrow, and then Monday through Thursday, no content coming at you on the YouTube, but stay trained to the Stomper social media for the All-Star game for the Stompers. Boardman strikes out swinging, and he's gone 2 away. That brings up Max Handren. You can follow the Stompers on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, or go to stompersbaseball.com for all the information you need. One-stop shop for everything Sonoma Stompers. Max Handren has 5 singles, and he's also walked. He comes up against a position player, Will Anderson. The first pitch to Max is sent to center field. This one could find a glove, and it does. Charlie Degler ends the inning. One last chance for Menlo Park. Sonoma leads it 17-13. You're watching the Stompers and the Legends on the Sonoma Stompers Broadcast Network. In another unprecedented move from Zach Pace, he goes to his favorite starting pitcher, that's Devin Laginto, who delivers a first pitch that's bounced back to the screen by Quincy Villa. All 6 of Devin's appearances have been starts. He's 2-3 with a 3.85 earned run average. He also has 1 complete game shutout against these Menlo Park Legends. That was last Tuesday, 11 days ago. He most recently pitched on July 9th. He went 2 innings against the Crawdads in an 11-8 loss on Wednesday. Esteban Sepulveda shaken up, but Zach Pace doesn't have any other options, and Esteban will stay back behind the plate. Connor Pulowski looking on from left field, but he'll stay out in left and threw a fist pump out there that he didn't have to come put on the gear, it looks like.
Just continue on the messy night.
0-1 pitch. Laginto delivers. Just misses on an inside. Looking to make it 10 consecutive shutout innings against Menlo Park. changing to a bullpen role could always be an issue, and Laginto looks down at his throwing hand as this one's fired to the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike. And Laginto probably hasn't come out of the bullpen since his one Grand Canyon appearance, and that was in Oregon. 1-1 is foul back to the screen. He pitched against U of O. That was his lone appearance for the GCU baseball team. He's headed to San Joaquin Delta, and he's headed to a full count against Quincy Villa. Villa can't get aboard. He's going to be running like crazy. 3-2 pitch. Laginto pitches, and Villa bounces it foul at home plate. It'll be a 7-pitch at-bat to start the relief appearance for Laginto. Sonoma 17 runs on 15 hits. They currently lead Menlo Park, who has 13-9. Villa strikes out swinging. Duncan in the 8th gave up a double and struck out 3 in 1 inning of work.
Now batting, center fielder number 4, Charlie Deckler.
That brings up Charlie Degler, Puget Sound Logger. That's where he plays his college ball. He'll get a 6th chance today. First pitch in there. It's 0-1, but that one misses 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. It's the righty Laginto against the lefty Degler, and that one misses just low, says John Pierce, the zone holding firm here in the 9th. Two-1 pitch from Laginto. Check swing foul back to the screen. Two-two pitch. Just low again. Split the plate, but it was down below the knees. Back-to-back full counts to start the evening for Laginto. Laginto against Degler. 4-run Stomper lead in the 9th. That one's bounced towards second. Hahn fields a high hop, has to hustle the throw to first base, and got him by half a step. Gideon Hahn a little bit too casual with the speedy Charlie Degler coming up the line, but now, finally, the Stompers are 1 out away.
First baseman
Yeah, and
number
a
15,
ball that kind of looked like it just wouldn't come out of the glove of Hahn. It seemed to kind of hesitate with it, but able to make the play. You don't want to extend the game here. And Laginto, the key piece of his game is that he works with a really quick speed. It's slowed down here in the 9th. Might see a little bit of that down the stretch in the bullpen role.
That one's bounced foul. Laginto's 0-1. Foul back to the screen, 0-2. Those left at Arnold Field cheering on Devin Laginto, looking to finish out the ball game. 0-2 pitch. Laginto misses.
And that's an awkward one for Sepulveda. Always, catches the last pitch and then turns around to give a handshake. He turned, but he was early.
1-2 pitch. Laginto struck him out looking that time. After 4 hours and 4 minutes, 30 runs and 13 pitchers, the ball game is over. Sonoma wins it 17-13 and are tied atop the CCL North once again. 17 runs, 15 hits, and 1 error tops 13 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors. Jaden Mason gets his first win of the season, and Paul Wheeler falls to 0-1. Wheeler, if you remember, faced the first 8 hitters of this ball game and allowed 5 runs over .1 innings. The Stompers go Nick Santavanez to Jaden Mason to Kyle Sayo to Ryan Sayo to Connor Pulowski to Luke Duncan and finally to Devin Laginto. Max Handren, a 5-hit day. Brady Shannon, 6 RBIs. I mean, this was not a clean win, but a win nonetheless, and a nice one for a struggling offense.
Yeah, it's always good to get a big spot up there. Everyone contributed up and down the lineup. We said it was going to be a team effort, quality at-bat after quality at-bat. That's exactly what the Stompers did tonight. You don't put that many on the board. 15 hits, that doesn't come by just a couple of guys. The entire lineup contributed. A good one. Now you got to take this in a small dosage and confidence to Alameda tomorrow. That's going to be a tight one. 2 teams playing for first place. The Stompers lost that game last night. Maybe take a bit of salt from that game and say, okay, we lost one to play for first place. Let's go win one to head into the break, hold first place through the All-Star week, and get a big start to the end of the season.
Yeah, Alameda and Sonoma have split the first 6 games of their season series at 3 games apiece. It's the final meeting between those two, and that tiebreak would mean a lot as things get tight here down the stretch. Every Stomper reaches base, a 15-hit effort, and it all started with that 8-run first inning. Sonoma's bats jumped out to an 11-0 lead. How do they save some of those runs and bring them into tomorrow's action?
You just got to walk in with the same mindset. You got to find good pitches, attack early in the count. That's something we saw from the Stompers tonight that we haven't always seen. When they're swinging early, they're putting the ball in play. They're finding gaps, and they're a tough offense to handle. This is not always an offense that's going to put up 17 like they did tonight, but they can walk in with the same approach and be successful in a similar manner.
Your final totals won last time. 17 runs, 15 hits, and 1 error for the Sonoma Stompers. 13 runs, 9 hits, and 2 errors for the Legends. That closes out the season series between the two. Sonoma takes 8 out of the 9 of the tightly contested CCL North battles. Sonoma 19-13, tied atop the North. The Legends fall to 12-17. Jaden Mason over Paul Wheeler, 15-13. The final for everyone that helps make this broadcast run, and for everyone that stuck with us for over 4 hours here on a Saturday night in Sonoma County. The Stompers win it. They're back in the win column, and they play for first place tomorrow. 5:50 pregame, 6 o'clock first pitch, right back here on the Sonoma Stompers YouTube channel. But now, at long last, I'm Kieran Costa, signing off on a Saturday in Sonoma.